The Pacific is not only the largest ocean, it is the greatest silence left on Earth. Beneath its surface lie ridges taller than mountains, valleys deeper than any sky we've ever crossed. We've mapped Mars more than we've mapped this water, and in that unmapped blackness, things move that should not exist. Signals arrive before they are sent. Shapes rise, trace arcs of light, then vanish without leaving waves. Entire shelves of stone appear in perfect symmetry, then are gone by morning. Some say it is current, some say it is error, but the logs and recordings remain, patterns too deliberate to dismiss, too patient to explain. So before we begin, tell me, where are you listening from, and what time shines back at you? Leave it below. Let's see how far across the Pacific these mysteries travel. Tonight we do not solve, we witness, side by side. South of the Solomon Chain, there is a rise of stone sailors, once marked only as a hazard. They avoided anchoring there, saying the seabed beat like a drum. Long before instruments were lowered, crews swore the hulls of their ships carried the rhythm at night, steady, patient, and never matching the waves above. When hydrophones were finally placed on the slope, the recordings confirmed what the fishermen already knew. At precise intervals, the ocean pressed out a single pulse, not thunder, not quake, just a deep tone, like a hand knocking, once against the floor of the sea. Minutes later, it came again, unchanged, as if the trench itself were breathing. The sound had no origin. It did not travel as a wave should. It simply began and ended, a presence without a path. Some scientists blamed shifting basalt. Others whispered of something alive beneath the ridge. The locals still call it the ticking place. Even now, those who drift across it speak of feeling the rhythm through their boots, as if the ocean were reminding them that time itself does not belong to the land. It belongs to whatever waits below. Far out near Tokelau, crews once spoke of a humming that came from no ship, no storm, no engine. They said it rolled through the hull at night, like a vibration carried in bone, soft at first, then swelling into a tone that seemed to fill the chest from within. When hydrophones were lowered, the recordings captured something stranger than sound. The hum arrived before the instruments began to listen. Seconds of signal were already there, already etched into the tape, as though the ocean had been speaking before anyone pressed record. At first, engineers called it feedback. They checked cables, recalibrated, even replaced the reels. But each time the pattern returned, the same low vibration, the same sense of sound, traveling backward into time. Divers who surfaced from those waters claimed they carried the resonance long after leaving it. Their ears rang with silence, not noise. Their voices trembled, not from fear, but from the uncanny weight of having heard something that waited for them before they arrived. The islanders still call it the humming sea, and when asked what it says, they answer only this: it remembers. Near the Phoenix Islands lies a stretch of seafloor, mapped only once, then quietly erased from charts. Crews called it a ridge, though it was no mountain. What unsettled them was not its shape, but its silence. When a research vessel dropped a beacon there, its steady ping carried across the water for hours. Then, without warning, it stopped. Instruments showed no failure, no loss of power, only that the ocean itself had swallowed the sound. When the beacon was retrieved, its casing was intact, but the memory inside had been wiped clean. A second beacon was lowered weeks later. This time the signal returned in fragments, half of each ping missing, as if the sound had been folded and returned incomplete. The ocean did not just silence it, it edited it. Fishermen refused to pass above that place. They say voices vanish mid-sentence when spoken on deck, words thinning into nothing. To them the ridge is not stone at all, but a threshold, a seam in the sea where sound is taken and never given back. And it is when you leave that silence behind, following the current farther west, that you hear something stranger still. The waters beyond that ridge carry a faint vibration, as though sound itself drifts there without source. At first it feels like nothing more than background noise, until the vibration sharpens into tone, not random, not scattered. A note, instruments lowered into this current record, something uncanny, a frequency that swells and fades with the rhythm of a living breath. The tone is soft, almost gentle, but it carries weight, too steady to be current, too patient to be machine. Crews describe it not as hearing, but as being heard. Some who linger claim they feel it press against their chest, rising and falling in time with their own lungs. One sailor wrote in his log that he had the sense of being folded into another body's breathing, as though the sea itself exhaled through him. And just when the tone steadies into familiarity, a second voice joins. Fainter, delayed, but answering from a distance no chart has ever measured. The two voices faded into distance, leaving only the sea's steady churn. Yet, not far from that corridor of sound, another anomaly emerged, one that carried no rhythm, no echo, but a strange emptiness. It was first noticed by navigators, crossing toward Kiribati. Their compasses spun briefly, as though tugged by some invisible hand, and then settled again. Maps marked the water as ordinary, but the men spoke of a hollow stretch, a place where even the wind seemed uncertain. When researchers lowered equipment, the recorders returned something uncanny. Silence too clean, silence without static. The tapes played nothing at all, yet when slowed, faint impressions surfaced, tiny shifts, like whispers smudged into the background. No words, just cadence, the rise and fall of speech that had never been recorded. Those who worked nearby refused to fish there. They said the sea was not empty but listening, and when it chose, it returned fragments of conversations no one had ever spoken aloud. Sailors gave it a name that lingered long after instruments failed: the Hollow Passage. Beyond the Hollow Passage, the current grows restless. Instruments trail steady numbers, but crews describe the water itself as uneasy, shifting in ways charts cannot capture. Nets drift oddly, lines twist back against the pull, and lantern light scatters across the surface as if bent by unseen glass. A team once lowered cameras there, hoping to trace the distortion. The footage showed nothing unusual at first, just open water, the slow tumble of plankton, the gentle sway of suspended silt. Then, without transition, the horizon inverted, sea above, sky below. The frame hung there for a moment before snapping back, leaving only darkness. When the tapes were reviewed, the anomaly appeared again, always sudden, always impossible. Engineers dismissed it as lens fault, a slip in calibration, yet the crew remembered what they saw on deck: the sea tilting, horizon bent, their own reflections stretching sideways across the water. They call it the bent mirror, and though it lasts only seconds, every ship that passes reports the same sensation, as if for one breath, they were staring not at the Pacific, but into another ocean entirely. Past the bent mirror, the sea flattens into a calm so complete that sailors speak of it with unease. The swell fades, the air thins, and even gulls avoid crossing overhead. It is there, in that stillness, that a different sound emerges, one softer than the pulse of Kimura Ridge, stranger than the humming near Tokelau. It begins as a faint sigh, stretched long as though drawn through miles of water. At first the crew believe it to be wind, though no breeze stirs. Then it gathers tone, a low voice that rises in intervals, like a chant without words. Instruments capture it, but each playback alters slightly. No two recordings align, as if the sea rewrites the sound each time it is remembered. Divers who surfaced from the area said the vibration clung to them. Their ears rang, their sleep filled with half-formed songs they could not hum by day. One described it best: the ocean was not speaking, it was practicing. From then on, charts marked nothing unusual, but sailors left quiet warnings in their logs. They called the place the rehearsal ground. Not far beyond the rehearsal ground, where voices seem to gather and fade, the sea reveals another behavior, one that unsettles even the most hardened crews. Here, the current moves with purpose, not fast, not violent, but deliberate, as though every swell has already chosen its path. Sailors describe it as a corridor of motion, a channel that bends the ship without wind or helm. The wheel resists, ropes tighten on their own, and for a time the vessel drifts as if carried by an invisible hand. Some crews fight against it, steering hard, engines straining. Others allow themselves to be led. Those who did so reported the same sight. A wall of water rising in the distance, glassy and motionless, waiting. Approach too close, and the current releases. The wheel loosens. The horizon returns. Yet the memory clings, the certainty that they were guided towards something vast, then spared at the final moment. Fishermen call it the ushering tide, a force that does not strike, only chooses when to let go. Southward, past the waters that usher ships, toward glassy walls, the sea grows heavy, not in storm, not in tide, but in presence. Crews say the air itself thickens, lantern flames bend low, and conversations falter mid-sentence, as though the words had been caught before they reached the ear. It was there that a series of logbooks described something peculiar. The entries came from separate vessels decades apart, yet their notes align with uncanny precision. Each crew recorded the same event, a low resonance that began beneath the hull, steady and slow, until it filled every nail and beam of the ship. Then silence, followed by a faint knocking that circled the vessel, measured and deliberate. Divers who later attempted to trace the source found nothing but smooth seabed, no fissures, no caverns, only the impression of something moving just beyond range. They returned shaken, unwilling to descend again. Sailors still whisper of it when crossing that latitude. They call it the encirclement. Not an attack, not a storm, only the unsettling knowledge that something vast and patient had counted them, and then allowed them to pass. North of the Marquesas, where trade winds usually stir constant motion, sailors describe a place where the sea turns unnaturally smooth. The surface lies flat as molten glass, yet beneath it, something shifts. Nets dropped there sink too quickly, as though dragged, and when hauled back, their lines come up clean. No weight, no catch, as if the ocean had refused to lend even a trace of life. Instruments confirm an anomaly. Sonar shows layers of water, folded tight against one another, like pages pressed together. Between those layers, faint flickers appear, brief pulses of light that rise and vanish before they reach the surface. No known current explains it. No volcanic vent glows that steadily. Those who've crossed the calm say they felt as though watched from below. Some refused to stand at the rail, while others leaned forward and claimed they saw patterns beneath the glass, outlines too regular to be schools of fish. They named it the Pain, a stretch of sea that looks fragile, as though one misstep might shatter it and reveal what presses beneath. Past the Pain, the waters deepen into shadow. Ships crossing here report no storms, yet their instruments falter, their compasses drift, and their clocks lose seconds without reason. Time itself seems uncertain. A small survey vessel once anchored over this stretch, lowering a tethered light to measure the descent. The bulb glowed steady as it sank, marking each meter until it vanished, not extinguished, but erased. The line remained intact, the power strong, yet the glow disappeared as though swallowed by a curtain. When hauled back, the bulb burned bright again, as if nothing had passed. The crew tested it 3 more times. Each descent ended in the same blanking silence, a pocket where light did not belong. No wrecks lie there, no sediment to cloud the water, only an absence that accepts nothing. Sailors later gave it a simple name, the Dark Fold. They avoid it not because it threatens, but because they believe once you enter, even memory cannot carry you back whole. The Dark Fold leaves behind an unease that lingers, but the current soon draws ships into a zone where sound behaves in stranger ways still. Here, crews hear tones that seem to weave through the air, though no instrument can catch them. One moment the deck is silent, the next, a faint chime passes from bow to stern, as if someone had struck invisible glass just beneath the keel. Recordings return blank, not static, not corrupted, simply empty, as though the microphones had fallen deaf for that instant. Yet every man aboard remembers the tone. Some say it rang like a bell suspended in water, others claim it hummed low like a vast string drawn tight. None could agree on its pitch, only that it passed straight through them. The phenomenon occurs without warning, never twice in the same place. Those who know of it whisper a warning to younger crews when you hear the ocean ring. Do not answer back. West of the Gilberts lies a sector of ocean, known for sudden weather shifts. Yet the most unsettling reports have nothing to do with storms. Crews crossing that path speak of a vibration that grows beneath the keel, not a tone, not a hum, but a trembling that rises through the frame of the ship, like the roll of distant thunder. What unsettled them most was not the shaking itself, but the silence that followed. Every voice fell quiet, not by choice, but as though the air itself refused to carry sound. Lanterns still burned, ropes still creaked, but the world seemed to hold its breath. Minutes later, the trembling stopped, and voices returned mid-sentence, as if no time had passed at all. Logs from 3 different vessels described the same phenomenon. All crews insisted they had been paused, held in a silence too heavy to fight. Those waters are now known by a single phrase, the stilling ground, and sailors who survived it warn that if the sea wishes to quiet you, it does not ask. Beyond the stilling ground, the ocean seems to test patience. The swells stretch longer, the hours crawl, and crews find themselves speaking in whispers, though no storm approaches. It is here that strange arcs of light have been reported, thin curves that rise from below, bending upward, like the edge of a distant lantern. One ship's log describes how the arcs multiplied until a dozen circled the vessel. They pulsed faintly, in rhythm yet not aligned, as if each belonged to a different body. No creature breached the surface, no shadow swam below, but the men insisted they were surrounded by something immense. When the lights finally faded, the sea darkened with such suddenness that some sailors stumbled, convinced the night had thickened all at once. They called it the encircling glow, and to this day, the warning stands. If the sea begins to trace its arcs, do not watch too long, for the light feels less like guidance and more like a test. The encircling glow fades, but the ocean does not surrender its strangeness so easily. Sailors say that after the lights vanish, a heaviness lingers in the air, as though every breath is borrowed, and just when the night seems ordinary again, the sea offers one last reminder. It begins with a ripple that does not belong to wind or tide. The surface trembles once, then stills. A moment later, a sound rises, not a hum, not a knock, but a low exhale, as if the water itself had sighed. The breath stretches long, drifting across the deck, and with it comes the impression of size, of something vast, shifting just beneath the keel. Then nothing, no lights, no rhythm, only silence. Yet every man who has heard it swears the same thing. The sea was not empty, it was present. From Camorra Ridge to this final breath, the Pacific carries more than current. It carries intention, and those who listen too closely often find the ocean listening back. East of the Marshalls lies a plateau. Sailors describe as broken, though on charts it appears flat. Those who pass above it tell of nets lowered into darkness, returning torn, not by rock or teeth, but by edges too clean. The ropes come up sheared, as if drawn across glass. When a deep tow survey was attempted, the sonar image revealed a pattern no seafloor should carry: long parallel ridges, perfectly spaced, stretching for miles without curve or fault. They did not scatter like dunes, nor fracture like volcanic crust. They repeated, line after line, with the precision of something measured. The image lasted only minutes before interference wiped the feed, but the crew swore what they saw was not natural terrain. They spoke of the ridge of broken symmetry, a place where the ocean floor seemed less like stone and more like design, carved in ratios no current could form. Southeast of there, the water hides something stranger still. Ships drifting near a shoal that should be sand and coral instead report finding nothing beneath them. Soundings strike bottom at 40 fathoms, then at once leap to hundreds, as if the seabed itself had withdrawn. Liners tell of the place, as though it moves. Some seasons it appears shallow, reefs breaking the surface in pale arcs. Other times nothing remains but open water, the shoal erased as though it had never existed. Mariners call it the shifting ground of Nerea, a phantom that appears and vanishes, without pattern. One captain swore he walked its beach at dawn, sand warm beneath his feet, gulls circling overhead. Yet by noon his vessel was alone in open sea, anchors dangling from ropes that held nothing. He never sailed that course again. Farther west, where the Pacific Trench opens its jaws, divers once reported a stairwell descending into shadow, not a ruin, not a temple, just a natural stone terrace, tier upon tier, each step as broad as a city street. The formation began at 80 meters, far below safe diving depth for the men who first saw it, yet clear enough to glimpse with their lamps. They described it not as jagged, but smooth, each step cut clean, each landing aligned as if waiting for someone to walk down into the dark. No expedition has confirmed their sighting, though the divers' accounts match in detail despite years between them. They called it the stairwell of Caro Deep, and though no one has traced its end, the image lingers, a staircase not built to climb toward light, but to guide something vast into silence below. Far from the bustle of common routes, lies a hollow in the seabed, where the current circles without rest. Sailors describe it as a bowl cut into the floor of the ocean, smooth as if carved, yet wide enough to swallow fleets. Those who lowered equipment into the hollow returned puzzled. The instruments drifted downward, then stopped halfway, suspended, not by rope or obstruction, but by resistance invisible to the eye. Lights continued to burn, yet the descent held steady as though gravity itself had changed. When winched back, the devices bore no damage, no sign of what had held them. The crew spoke of hearing faint clicking sounds across the hull that night, like fingernails on wood, though no fish or crustacean appeared. The hollow remains uncharted, avoided, passed in silence. Islanders nearby call it the bowl of waiting. They warn what rests inside does not want to be disturbed. Sailors speak of a place where the seabed bends like an open lattice, a mesh of stone glowing faintly when touched by passing beams. Those who've lowered cameras there describe columns rising and crossing like scaffolding, too regular to be coral, too precise to be accident. The formations are not massive. They weave delicately, as though built for hands rather than tides. Yet they stretch for hundreds of meters, vanishing into darkness without end. Divers who descended into the lattice returned unsettled. They claimed their compasses spun, not in wild circles but in short, deliberate twitches, as though correcting themselves against an unseen grid. One diver reported hearing faint metallic tones each time his fins brushed the stone, as if the structure itself carried resonance. When samples were retrieved, they crumbled instantly to dust on deck, leaving no trace of origin. The place remains unmarked on charts, yet those who know it by word of mouth call it the Pale Lattice. Some believe it is nothing more than volcanic fracture, yet the divers who entered it insist otherwise. They say it felt less like terrain and more like foundation, unfinished, waiting for something never built. There is a strait so narrow and seldom travelled that most maps forget it altogether. Yet fishermen who pass nearby tell of a corridor beneath the waves, not carved by ships or storm, but shaped by sand itself. They describe walls of silt, rising like glass on either side, shifting yet never collapsing, a channel that runs straight for miles before dissolving into ordinary sea. A research crew once sent divers along its length. They swam between the walls, their lamps throwing shadows that danced in patterns too sharp for drifting sand. At intervals the walls seemed to ripple inward, folding closer, as though the corridor were breathing. The divers surfaced pale, swearing the passage had narrowed behind them, though sonar showed nothing unusual. When asked what it felt like, one simply replied, as if the sea was guiding us toward a door. The others refused to comment. The channel is spoken of rarely now, in whispers passed between families who have fished those waters for generations. They call it the Sandglass Corridor, and though it shifts like dust in current, its outline holds steady, as though the ocean remembers a path that men were never meant to follow. Far from land, where the swells roll steady, and the horizon never breaks, sailors tell of a rise they call the Glass Crown. It is not marked on maps, yet crews describe the same vision, a ring of pale stone just beneath the surface, gleaming like a diadem set upon the sea. One merchant vessel reported grounding there in calm waters. The captain swore the keel struck something solid, though charts promised nothing but depth. When divers entered the water, they found no reef, no shoal, only a rim of smooth arcs glinting as though polished. Each curve formed part of a circle, vast enough that the men could not see its end. At night, the arcs glowed faintly, not with bioluminescence, but with a steady pallor, like moonlight held captive beneath the waves. The crew left quickly, refusing to drop anchor again. Fishermen later avoided the region, convinced that the crown was not stone at all but an opening. They say it marks a boundary, where the ocean shows its architecture for a moment, then hides it again. And though it has never been surveyed twice in the same place, the stories remain a crown waiting in the deep. Where trade winds slow and currents knot together, mariners tell of a hollow cliff rising suddenly from the deep. They say its walls gleam not with coral or stone, but with smooth faces that catch and bend the light, as though mirrors had been buried in the ocean itself. A research sub once descended along this rise, its cameras sweeping across vertical planes too even to be chance. For 40 minutes the footage showed reflections of the vessel itself, warped, stretched, then inverted, as if the cliff returned distorted versions of whatever passed beside it. Then the feed cut, not in static but in silence, the tether transmitting nothing but blank frames. When the sub was winched back, its hull bore faint impressions, as if brushed by enormous hands of glass. Sailors who cross that region at night describe strange gleams beneath their keels, flaring like lanterns far below, and vanishing when looked at directly. It has no mark on official charts. Among crews, it is simply the looking wall, and they warn if you glimpse yourself within it, turn away quickly, for the sea does not always return the same reflection it receives. There are waters where storms rarely wander, yet ships drift slower, as if crossing through weight. Mariners call it a plateau, though no survey has ever mapped one. What unnerves them is the sound. At night, when the waves calm, a faint tapping rises from below, steady, deliberate, as though someone far beneath were striking stone with measured rhythm. Crews who have lingered here describe the knocking as circling the vessel, first on the port side, then starboard, then aft, as if something vast were walking slowly around them in the dark. Attempts to trace the source with sonar yielded nothing, only blank returns, as if the ocean refused to echo itself back. Logs preserved from different decades record the same pattern, unchanged by time or technology. Each entry ends with the same conclusion: the sea had counted them, then allowed them to leave. The place is now called the marching floor. Few dare to cross it deliberately, for sailors believe the knocks are not warnings, but reminders that beneath the calm, something listens, measures, and remembers who passed. Where the currents weave around forgotten seamounts, sailors sometimes glimpse shapes on the seabed that should not be there. They describe them as roads, broad, pale streaks, that cut across the floor in near-perfect lines, too straight to be coral growth, too even to be scars of eruption. One expedition placed cameras along the descent and captured something uncanny. The lights traced parallel paths that stretched into distance, their edges sharp as though carved. At intervals, the paths crossed each other, forming junctions in a pattern resembling streets. Yet, there were no walls, no structures, only the roads themselves, laid bare in silence. The footage ended abruptly when the ROV tilted without command, dragged sideways as if a current had seized it. Readouts showed no turbulence, no pull strong enough to shift the craft. When recovered, the machine bore faint abrasions along its frame, as though scraped by stone. Crews who sail across the region refuse to call them ruins. They prefer a simpler name, the White Avenues. They say the sea sometimes shows its foundations, but never the city that might have once stood upon them. Among the shipping lanes, where few vessels linger at night, crews whisper of a shelf that breathes, not with air, but with tide. When the moon is high, the seabed there seems to rise and fall, as though a vast chest expands beneath the water. Survey logs from decades apart describe the same anomaly. Depth soundings fluctuate in steady rhythm, not with waves above, but with something far slower. Instruments chart a plateau 1 hour, then a slope the next, the floor shifting up and down, as if animated by hidden lungs. Divers once attempted to descend during one of these cycles. They reached a ledge, felt the current still, and then the stone beneath them seemed to lift. The men were pushed upward without turbulence, as though standing on something alive. They surfaced, shaken, refusing to dive again. The shelf has since been given a quiet name, the breathing floor. Mariners cross quickly, unwilling to test whether it inhales again. For if the ocean itself breathes, they wonder what else might stir when it finally wakes. On some charts, a shallow rise is marked and forgotten, but those who sail across it remember something else. They describe the seabed flashing white, then vanishing, as if the ocean briefly opened its palm to show what lay beneath. A research vessel once anchored above the rise. Its divers reported a series of arches beneath the water. Not coral, not volcanic, but smooth stone curving together in precise intervals. Lamps revealed door-like gaps, framed by the arcs, each leading into darkness. Yet, when the divers returned for a second descent, the arches were gone. Nothing but plain sand stretched below, unbroken and ordinary. What unsettled them most was the tape. Their cameras played footage of the arches clearly, but halfway through the film, the arches began to blur, dissolving into flat seabed, while the divers were still swimming through them. The crew abandoned the mission, unwilling to explain what they had walked inside. Mariners still speak of the place as the vanishing halls. They say the sea occasionally reveals its hidden rooms, but it never allows anyone to linger long enough to learn what waits beyond. Far beyond the last, scattered atolls, there is a stretch of water where light bends strangely at night. Mariners say the stars above double, their reflections shimmering not as simple mirrors on the surface, but as patterns out of place. Constellations appear rearranged, brighter in the sea than in the sky itself. When survey vessels dropped sensors, their cameras returned confused images. Horizons bent into arcs, lantern beams split into twin rays, and shadows cast where no object stood. For a moment the instrument showed two seas layered over one another, one real, one imagined, yet each moving with its own rhythm. Those who have crossed this place speak cautiously. Some insist they saw other ships sailing beside them, though the ocean lay empty. Others claim they glimpsed their own vessel doubled, drifting slightly out of time, its lanterns delayed by seconds. The anomaly has no official name, but crews call it the mirrored passage. They say it is not dangerous, but unnerving, for it reminds them that the Pacific may hold more than one version of itself, and sometimes, for reasons unknown, it shows both. At the edge of known routes lies a basin mariners, a void without speaking its name. They say the water there looks no different, yet every ship that crosses feels heavier, as though dragged by unseen weight. Anchors dropped into the basin sink faster than expected, chains groaning, as though pulled downward by more than gravity. A naval crew once surveyed the site. Their depth soundings returned erratic numbers, shallow one moment, unfathomable the next, as if the floor were shifting beneath them. The divers who descended described something even stranger. They swore the seabed was patterned, covered in ridges and furrows too regular for current, too vast for any tool to carve. One likened it to a page covered in writing too large to read. The team never returned for a second descent. They sealed their notes quietly, unwilling to speculate further. Among sailors the place is called the script of the sea. They believe the basin carries an inscription not meant for men, a language the Pacific keeps for itself, visible only long enough to remind intruders that the ocean remembers what was written long before their arrival. There is a corridor mariners describe not with maps, but with memory. It begins without warning, water narrowing, current pressing, as if invisible walls have formed on either side of the ship. Vessels that enter say the ocean grows unnervingly still, yet the sensation of being guided forward is undeniable. One captain wrote that the stars above seemed to align into a perfect line when his vessel entered, though the charts swore it was impossible. The current carried them straight ahead for nearly an hour. No waves broke, no wind stirred, and the horizon felt drawn like a tunnel of night. When the corridor finally released them, the sea returned with sudden violence, winds snapping, waves slamming the hull, instruments flooding back with noise. Some men swore the ocean had expelled them, as though they had intruded into a passage meant for something else. The phenomenon leaves no trace, yet those who've crossed it call it the narrowing way. They speak of it rarely, with unease, for they believe the sea holds roads of its own, paths that open for reasons no man was meant to follow. We have lingered long among the ocean's impossible places, ridges that breathe, passages that vanish, corridors carved from silence. But the Pacific does not hold only landscapes of mystery. It has taken ships, stilled voices, and left behind decks adrift without explanation. Now we turn from the sea's hidden structures to the stories of those who crossed its surface and never returned as they should. Voyages broken, crews lost, and vessels that drifted back empty, carrying only questions. One of the earliest accounts comes from a schooner found drifting off the Caroline waters. Its sails hung slack, its ropes neat, its hull unscarred, but not a soul walked its deck. The galley fire still smouldered, charts lay unfolded on the table, and a single lantern swung above the cabin, as though the crew had only just stepped away. No signs of struggle, no sign of panic, only absence. Fishermen who boarded swore they felt the weight of breath still lingering in the air, as if the crew had been there a moment before. Yet the log ended mid-sentence. The last words written, "The sea has gone quiet again." Nothing followed. The vessel was towed ashore, but no one claimed it. No names, no home port, just silence adrift. The schooner was not the only vessel to return empty. Years later, traders spoke of a cargo ship found drifting south of Tuvalu. Its hull rode high in the water, cargo untouched, hatches sealed, yet its crew was gone. Not a single body was found, though lifeboats still hung neatly on their davits. When investigators boarded, they found the dining table set for a meal that had never been eaten. Bowls of rice cooled into stone, cups of tea sat half full, and the captain's chair remained pulled from the head of the table. The logbook lay open beside his plate, ink smudged by a hand that seemed to have pressed down too heavily. The last entry read simply, "It is circling us again." What it referred to, no one could agree. Some claimed pirates, though no valuables were missing. Others suggested sickness, though the ship bore no trace of panic. What unnerved everyone most was the engine. It was still running when they boarded, gears humming, fuel steady, yet no one had been at the controls for days. The vessel was towed to port, stripped, and renamed. Sailors who knew its story, however, refused to work her decks. They said the sea had already claimed her crew once, and it was not finished. Not all disappearances left ships behind. Some left only echoes. Radio operators, in the mid-Pacific, once recorded a signal from a freighter en route to Honolulu. The transmission began ordinary, routine check-ins, coordinates, weather calm. Then came a pause, followed by a single phrase, "We are not alone out here." The words were steady, not panicked, spoken as though the captain were reading a fact from a chart. Minutes later, a second voice broke in, lower, harder to decipher. It repeated the same line, but stretched, distorted, as if the ocean itself had tried to speak through the static. The transmission ended abruptly. The freighter never arrived, nor was it seen again. No wreckage, no debris, only silence. Copies of the tape still circulate among maritime archives. Listeners note a faint rhythm beneath the words, a pattern like a slow knock repeated every 7 seconds. Some dismiss it as interference, others as hoax. Yet those who have heard the original reel claim it feels less like static and more like breathing, something vast, pressing against the signal, reminding the world that a voice can vanish at sea as easily as a ship. Not every story begins with silence. Some begin with light. A passenger vessel en route across the mid-Pacific was reported by nearby crews to shine unnaturally one night. its lanterns burning far brighter than oil or electricity should allow. Witnesses swore the entire ship seemed wrapped in a halo, glowing like a beacon adrift upon the waves. When approached, the vessel did not answer hails. No signal returned, no movement stirred upon its deck. Yet the glow held steady, so bright that the sea around it reflected as though touched by dawn. Then, without warning, the light dimmed to nothing. The ship vanished in the dark, leaving only black water where its hull had floated moments before. No wreckage surfaced, no distress call was heard. Only rumors traveled, whispered in ports by those who claimed to have seen it. They called it the lantern ship. Some say it appears to guide, others to lure. None who followed it closely have returned with proof, and so its glow remains a question. Was it a vessel lost and replaying its final passage, or something the sea raises now and then, to remind sailors how easily it can claim both ship and story? Another tale speaks not of light, but of absence. A freighter was discovered adrift between the Line Islands and Samoa, its hull weathered but afloat, its decks strangely neat. When boarding parties climbed aboard, they found every hatch locked from the inside. Tools were fetched, doors forced, and what lay within unsettled even seasoned sailors. Cabins were empty, bunks were neatly made, clothing folded, personal belongings arranged with care, as if the crew had readied themselves to leave but never carried it out. The mess hall was spotless, dishes stacked, not a crumb left behind. The logbook ended on an ordinary note about weather and bearings, no hint of fear or disaster. Yet the ship had no crew, no distress signal had been sent, no lifeboats lowered. It drifted in perfect condition, stripped of life as neatly as a shell abandoned on the beach. Sailors who later spoke of it said the vessel felt staged, as though it had been prepared for visitors. They called it the arranged ship. No explanation followed, but among seafarers, the warning spread: if a vessel looks too orderly in the middle of the Pacific, turn away, for it may not be empty, it may simply be waiting. Among the older stories passed from captain to captain is one about a vessel that surfaced where it should not have been. Fishermen near the Gilbert waters claimed to see a ship rising straight from the horizon, as if lifted by the sea itself, rather than approaching across distance. Its hull gleamed black, its masts bare, its outline sharp against the sky. They expected it to pass. Instead, it drifted closer in silence. No crew walked its deck, no smoke curled from its funnel, no light burned in its windows. Yet the ship kept advancing until it loomed only a mile away. Then, without sound or wake, it dissolved, not into fog, not behind waves. It simply thinned and vanished, leaving the water flat and still. The fishermen swore the vessel had been solid, not illusion. Nets they'd cast during its approach came back torn, as though scraped by steel. In the years that followed, sailors who crossed the same waters reported glimpses of it. A hull without name, a deck without crew, appearing where no ship could sail. They called it the Rising One, a vessel that does not travel, it only returns. Some stories come not from ships at sea, but from the divers sent to rescue them. In one account, a salvage team was dispatched after a trawler failed to return. They found the vessel half submerged near the edge of a reef, its bow listing but its deck intact. No distress signal had been sent. No fire or storm damage scarred the hull. 2 divers descended to secure the ropes. They followed the anchor line down, tracing it into clear water, where visibility stretched for meters. Then, halfway through their descent, the radio crackled with panic. One diver whispered, "She's still walking down here." His words carried a strange calm, as though he were describing something ordinary. Moments later, the second diver surfaced alone. His eyes were wide, his voice trembling. He claimed his partner had drifted lower, pulled not by current, but by something unseen. The last image on his helmet cam showed a hand stretching upward, fingers open, while a vast shadow loomed behind her. The trawler was hauled ashore. The diver never spoke again. Locals still call that stretch of reef the path below, warning that some disappearances leave no wreck. They only leave footsteps where no one should walk. Farther along the shipping routes, A steamer was found adrift, with its engines still humming, smoke curling weakly from its stack. From a distance it looked alive, lanterns swinging, ropes creaking, the faint thrum of machinery beneath the waves. Yet when boarded, it was clear the ship had been emptied in silence. Cabins were orderly, bunks neatly made, and the galley stocked with fresh provisions. Even the logbook was filled to the hour of disappearance, the last line noting calm seas and clear skies. Lifeboats hung untouched, their ropes tight, their paint unchipped. No struggle, no storm, no trace of panic lingered on the decks. What unsettled the salvage crew most was the clock in the captain's cabin. It had stopped at precisely 3:17, though no one could say in which night or on which day. Every other timepiece aboard ticked normally, only that one hung frozen, its hands unmoving, its glass cool to the touch, as though sealed in another moment. The ship was eventually scrapped, its name forgotten, but among sailors the tale survives. They call it the frozen hour, a reminder that in the Pacific, time itself can vanish, leaving a vessel behind as its only witness. There is a story sailors trade quietly, about a vessel that never finished its journey, yet continued to be seen. They call it the ship with the silent deck. Reports place it across thousands of miles, appearing where no logbooks agree, its hull weathered, its mast leaning, but always adrift with sails half raised. What sets it apart is not its emptiness, but its repetition. Crews describe boarding it, only to find their own names scratched faintly into the captain's ledger. Ink faded, handwriting strange, but unmistakable. One salvage crew claimed they discovered dates, matching voyages they had not yet sailed. Another swore a page bore the words of a man still standing beside him. When they fled, the ship dissolved back into mist, leaving no trace but the memory of their own signatures inside a log not yet written. Among seafarers, the tale lingers as the foretelling ship. It is said to cross paths only with those fated to vanish, offering them one glimpse of the record before the ocean writes it in full. One of the strangest accounts comes from a warship that vanished without battle. Its convoy reported calm seas, steady formation, and clear skies when the vessel slipped behind a curtain of mist. The fog was not broad, only a thin veil rising like a wall across the horizon. Yet when the ship passed into it, no sound came back, no flag was raised, no horn blown. Within minutes the mist thinned, and the horizon lay empty. Searches turned up nothing. No wreckage drifted, no oil slick spread, not even a scrap of wood or rope remained. The ship had been erased with surgical precision. Months later, fishermen hundreds of miles away claimed they saw a vessel matching its outline, scarred, rusted, yet intact. They swore it drifted slowly, its guns lowered, its deck stripped of crew. When they tried to approach, it dissolved back into haze, leaving the sea bare. They named it the curtain ship, a vessel swallowed whole, yet condemned to replay its final passage. Sailors warn that when mist rises suddenly at sea, it may not be weather, it may be the ocean opening its archive. Among the stranger accounts is one preserved in fragments of a sailor's diary. He wrote of a vessel that appeared alongside his own during a night crossing. At first it seemed ordinary, a merchant ship riding low with cargo, lanterns burning faint on her rail. But when his crew hailed, no answer returned. The ship held her course, sails taut, though the wind was slack. What unsettled them most was the silence. The other vessel made no creak of timber, no slap of waves on hull, not even the groan of rigging in the breeze. It drifted noiseless, a shadow sliding across the sea. Then, without sign, it veered toward them. The sailors prepared to turn away, yet as the hull drew near, they saw the truth. The lanterns were not burning from within, but from deep inside the wood itself, glowing faintly like embers trapped in grain. The ship passed within yards and dissolved into spray. The diary ends there. The sailor's name was lost, but the tale survived. Mariners call it the embered hull. They say if you glimpse its glow, you are not passing a vessel, you are passing memory itself, still burning through the planks of the sea. There are tales of a vessel that seemed alive, though no men walked her decks. She was first sighted drifting in calm seas, her funnel breathing faint plumes of smoke, her wheel turning slowly as though guided by an invisible hand. No signal answered, no crew appeared, yet the ship obeyed currents as if someone still stood at her helm. When a boarding team climbed aboard, the strangeness deepened. Doors opened and closed with resistance, as if pressed back from within. Lanterns swung on hooks, though the air was still. In the galley, pots simmered, though the stoves were cold, steam rising without flame. The captain's quarters were neat, bed made, charts pinned to the table, but the ink on his last entry was wet, though no hand had touched it. After an hour the salvage crew fled, convinced they were not alone, though no figure revealed itself. The vessel was never seen again. Among sailors, the story is remembered as the tended ship. They whisper that some crafts do not lose their crews at sea. They keep them hidden, working in silence, obeying orders only the ocean still hears. Another account speaks of a bark that returned to port, decades after she was last seen. Her name had long been struck from records. Her crew assumed lost in storms, yet one morning she drifted quietly into the harbour. Her hull bore no rot, her rigging no wear, as though she had been kept in perfect care beneath the waves. Dock workers boarded cautiously. They found no crew, no provisions, no trace of occupation. Yet every clock on board ticked in unison, each set to the exact date and hour she had vanished from the shipping lanes. The hands moved normally, but none gained a second beyond that moment. Officials ordered the vessel dismantled, afraid of contagion or curse, but workers refused to touch her. They swore the deck pulsed faintly underfoot, as if remembering footsteps. Finally the bark was towed back to open water and released. She was never seen again. Among mariners, the tale became the ship returned. They say some vessels are not wrecked nor abandoned, but kept elsewhere, suspended in the ocean's own keeping. And when the sea chooses, it lets them surface, for one last reminder that time at sea is never wholly ours. Fishermen tell of a schooner that drifted into their nets one dawn. Though no ship had been charted nearby, its sails hung ragged, its mast cracked, yet its hull floated steady, refusing to sink. When they boarded, they found the deck scrawled with chalk lines, circles overlapping circles, drawn in hurried hands that had long since faded. In the cabin, every wall had been marked with numbers, rows of dates, some from the past, others yet to come. The last line ended with the very day the fishermen stepped aboard. No further mark followed. Superstitious, they cut the vessel free, watching as the tide carried it back into the horizon. Days later, others claimed to see the same schooner miles away, still drifting, still carrying the same chalk stains. No salvage has ever been attempted. Mariners now call it the marked hull. They warn that to read too closely is to invite the ocean's arithmetic, to become part of whatever equation the sea is still solving. The final story told among these waters is of a vessel that was never seen directly, only felt. Crews describe sailing through calm seas, when their ships suddenly listed to one side, ropes straining, hulls groaning, as if pressed against by something massive, moving alongside. Lanterns swung, compasses spun, and for a moment the air grew heavy, thick as breath held too long. Yet when sailors rushed to the rails, no outline showed upon the waves, only the sensation of another hull brushing theirs, close enough to touch, remained. Some claimed to hear footsteps on a deck that was not their own, pacing in slow, deliberate rhythm, keeping time with their own ship's roll. The presence lasted minutes, sometimes hours, before releasing its hold. And when it left, the ocean felt emptier, like a stage where an actor had stepped away, but left the boards creaking. They call it the unseen companion. Mariners believe some voyages are never alone, that certain passages summon echoes of ships, already claimed, travelling unseen just beside us, reminding those who cross that the Pacific keeps company in ways no chart will ever show. We have traced the sounds and signals that circle the Pacific, and we have drifted through its ghostly voyages. But the ocean does not always speak in fragments. Sometimes it gathers its mysteries into vast phenomena that linger for hours, days, even generations. These are not passing echoes or isolated sightings. They are events so large and patient that whole expeditions have been consumed by them, leaving records thick with detail, and yet no clearer for it. The first of these is known among sailors as the breath wells. They lie hidden within trenches seldom visited, pockets of ocean where the water seems to inhale and exhale as though the sea itself is alive. Crews describe the surface dimpling without wind, then sinking slowly, as if drawn downward by a chest expanding below. Minutes later, the water swells again, pressing upward in a long, steady exhale. The rhythm is not violent, but deliberate, repeating with unnerving precision. Hydrophones confirm the movement, capturing low vibrations that rise and fall in cycles too regular for current. Some researchers suggest hidden volcanic chambers. Others claim shifting layers of salt and temperature create illusions of motion. Yet none of those theories explain the silence that always accompanies the phenomenon. Birds fall quiet, engines falter, even voices lower unconsciously, as though sound itself respects the breath. Divers who have descended along the trench walls describe the sensation with unease. Lights dim without failing, colors drain into pale grey, and then the water begins to pulse. They feel it in their lungs, their own breathing pulled into sync with the sea's rhythm. One diver surfaced gasping, convinced he had been inhaled. He never entered the water again. Those who have charted the wells insist they are not localized currents. They shift across the ocean floor, appearing in new places, then closing without trace. Some say they wander, like organs shifting within a body too large to imagine. Others believe they are entrances, breaches where the Pacific lets its true scale show. No wreckage has ever been retrieved from them, but stories of ships simply failing to rise are whispered in ports from Fiji to Kiribati. When a vessel is last seen above calm waters and never arrives, old sailors shake their heads and mutter, "The sea took its breath." And so the breath wells remain unsolved, patient as the tide. They remind us that the ocean does not only drown, it inhales, exhales, and waits. The breath wells remind us that the ocean moves with a rhythm of its own, rising and falling like lungs too vast to measure. Yet in other places, the Pacific does not breathe, it listens. There are stretches where silence hangs so heavy that it bends sound itself, stripping voices of their weight until only memory lingers. These are not passing quirks or technical errors. They are corridors that endure, patient and immense, shifting across the map, but never disappearing. The first warning is subtle. Crews sailing into such waters often describe their voices thinning, as if every word is pulled short the moment it leaves their lips. Officers call for soundings, but the responses from the lead lines return oddly muted, their echoes swallowed before they reach the surface. Engines continue to hum, sails still snap with wind, yet each sound seems distant, like hearing the ship through layers of glass. When hydrophones are lowered, the mystery deepens. Recordings play back long bands of silence, uninterrupted by the usual murmur of crustal vibrations that whisper beneath every sea. It is as though the ocean itself stops vibrating, as though mass and motion fall still together. But when those tapes are amplified, something stirs, not static, not random noise, but cadence. Faint rises and falls, ghostly shapes of words without language. Engineers argue about the source, interference, feedback, faulty wiring, but those who listen closely swear they hear the rhythm of speech. One expedition in the mid-Pacific captured a recording that still unsettles researchers. For 9 hours their buoy transmitted only silence, then a sound emerged, a sigh, long and deliberate, stretched across half a minute. Played at normal speed, it felt like nothing more than breath drawn through a vast throat. Slowed down, it bent into something stranger, the rhythm of inhaling and exhaling, steady and controlled, as if the ocean had chosen to borrow the act of breathing for itself. Those who have stood watch in these corridors tell of other effects. Lanterns dim though the oil burns strong. Nets return empty though schools of fish dart just beyond the hull. Some men say the silence seeps into their bones, leaving them weary, their thoughts dulled, their dreams heavy with fragments of voices not their own. More than one sailor has woken convinced he was listening to a story whispered directly into his ear, a tale he cannot recall upon waking. Local traditions speak differently. Islanders call these stretches not silence but memory. They believe the sea gathers everything ever spoken upon it. Farewell cries from drowning sailors, commands shouted across storms, lullabies sung by mothers as they fished in canoes. In these corridors, the ocean releases fragments back, not as full voices but as patterns, reminders that it does not forget. One elder explained it simply: the sea does not wish to speak, it wishes to remember what you said. No modern expedition has lingered long inside. Scientists confess that the silence presses on them more heavily than storm or wave. Every second feels recorded, each heartbeat measured. They tow their instruments back quickly, unwilling to test what else might be listening. Among sailors, the warning spreads without need for charts. Cross those waters quickly, and guard your words. For there are places in the Pacific where the ocean does not echo, it keeps, and when it chooses, it will return fragments not to explain, but to remind. We have heard the silence of corridors where the ocean listens. Yet, not all mysteries of the Pacific are quiet. Some roar without sound, moving through water with force enough to bend instruments and unnerve even the most seasoned crews. They are not storms, though they can shatter waves. They are not quakes, though the seabed seems to pulse beneath them. Sailors call them the hollow storms, vast, invisible tempests that leave the sea unbroken above, but churn it from within. The first accounts come from logbooks. In the early 20th century, crews reported calm skies and steady winds, yet their hulls groaned as if dragged sideways. Waves slapped in irregular rhythm, lanterns swung without breeze, and for hours the vessel would roll, caught in a turbulence no eye could see. When the seas settled, not a cloud marked the sky. It was as though they had sailed through a storm that had chosen to remain unseen. Modern research ships confirm these tales in fragments. Instruments lowered into suspected zones have recorded sudden spikes in pressure, violent enough to knock dials into the red. Yet cameras lowered at the same time show nothing unusual. No whirlpools spin, no volcanic vents erupt, no debris clouds rise from the floor. The water remains black, patient, and featureless. Divers who have braved the regions speak of currents that move not around them, but through them. They describe being pressed by forces that seem to come from every direction at once, leaving them suspended like flies in amber. One diver surfaced bleeding from his nose and ears, swearing that the water beneath him had roared without a sound. He never returned to the profession. Theories abound. Some suggest vast columns of warm and cold water colliding in perfect resonance, shaking the sea without producing visible wave. Others hint at methane eruptions or volcanic breaths rising from hidden fractures. But none of those theories explain the silence, the absence of thunder, spray, or surge. None explain why sailors insist they can feel the ocean vibrate through their bones, though nothing disturbs the surface. Folklore tells it differently. Islanders believe the hollow storms are the ocean remembering tempests of the past. They say the sea keeps every cyclone, every typhoon, folded deep within itself, replaying them when no sky bears witness. What sailors feel is not present weather, but the ghost of storms long spent, raging below wind could ever reach. One haunting account speaks of a cargo vessel caught in such a storm. The captain wrote in his log that the ship listed violently, though the seas lay smooth. He recorded hours of trembling timbers, of ropes straining without wind. His last entry ends abruptly: the storm is beneath us. The vessel never arrived at its destination. No wreckage was found. To this day, ships crossing the central Pacific occasionally report shuddering without cause, as though the ocean itself is flexing. Mariners call the phenomenon the hollow storms. They fear them not for their violence, but for their refusal to appear. For in a storm one can adjust, one can prepare. In a hollow storm there is nothing to see, nothing to fight, only the sense that the sea has chosen to remind you it does not need wind to rage. And when the waters calm, when the vibrations ease, crews say a different unease remains, the certainty that somewhere below the storm is still waiting. The hollow storms remind us that the sea can rage without surface, But there are places in the Pacific where water itself seems to take on structure, as if the ocean, usually fluid and shapeless, chooses to build. Crews who have crossed such waters speak of descending into chambers, not of stone, but of liquid walls, vast vaults where currents fold into arches and domes before collapsing back into darkness. The first reports were dismissed as exhaustion, hallucinations from divers pushed too far, yet the accounts have repeated across generations. Lanterns lowered into the deep have shown beams bent sharply downward, as though swallowed by invisible ceilings. Divers describe swimming through layers, where water thickens around them, pressing close as if they had entered a hallway rather than open sea. Instruments offer no clarity. Sonar returns jagged outlines, echoing as though bouncing through corridors, then suddenly drop to blankness, as if the signal itself has been erased. Cameras fare no better. Frames blur, perspectives twist, showing curving lines that hint at vaults impossibly large. One expedition reported seeing what they could only call windows, pale ovals, shimmering along the walls of current, glimpsed for moments before dissolving. They swore they saw movement beyond, shadows slipping past with deliberate pace. When the footage was reviewed on deck, nothing remained but static and black water. The vaults are never found in the same place twice. Sometimes they rise near ridges, sometimes over plains, sometimes in the heart of trenches where pressure should crush all form. Always they appear without warning, and always they fade within hours. Local traditions tell of these places with a different vocabulary. Islanders describe them not as structures, but as memories of land drowned long ago. They say the sea folds itself into the shapes of temples and halls once lost beneath it, rebuilding in water what stone once held. Others suggest they are not memory, but rehearsal. The ocean practicing the act of building, tracing outlines of cities it may one day raise. One haunting story persists of a diver who entered such a chamber alone. He described the water forming a long corridor before him, roofed and walled, leading farther into dark. He followed, convinced he was walking into the bones of something forgotten. His tether line went slack, then taut, then slack again, as if he had passed through thresholds. When he returned, his oxygen gauge showed he had been gone only 20 minutes. But his skin had paled, his hair whitened at the edges, and his voice carried a tremor he never lost. He refused to speak of what lay deeper, answering only once, "It was not empty." To this day, sailors call these fleeting formations the vaults of water. They fear them not for violence, but for their intent, for the way the ocean, usually without form, chooses in rare moments to become architecture. And those who glimpse their arches whisper the same warning: if the sea builds walls, then something is meant to walk inside them. We have seen the sea breathe, we have heard it listen, and we have walked for a moment through chambers it chose to shape. But the Pacific also glows, not with the gentle flicker of plankton, or the passing glint of fish, but with light vast enough to bend horizons. These are not common bioluminescent blooms. They are events so large and deliberate that crews record them as if the ocean itself had drawn a map of fire across its surface. The earliest reliable account comes from a naval patrol in the mid-1900s. Officers reported their vessel surrounded at night by pale sheets of light, stretching to every edge of sight. It was not lightning, not reflection, but a steady glow that burned beneath the waves. Their instruments showed nothing unusual, yet for 6 hours the ocean blazed white, brighter than moonlight, steady as dawn held just below the horizon. When morning came, it vanished in an instant, leaving the crew blinking at water, as dark and ordinary as any other. Later, satellite images confirmed these rare events. Vast patches of sea would flare as though lit from within, areas sometimes hundreds of kilometers wide. To observers above, they looked like entire continents rising in ghostly outline. To those trapped inside, they felt like sailing across a mirror too bright to stare into. Sailors speak of strange effects during these nights of brilliance. Shadows vanish, depth disappears, and the line between air and water blurs. Some describe the light as comforting, a soft certainty holding them safe. Others insist it is oppressive, an eye that leaves no room for hiding. Men sleep poorly, convinced they are being watched, Attempts to capture samples during these flares have failed. Water drawn from the glowing patches returns to darkness when lifted, leaving nothing but ordinary plankton counts. Some scientists argue for bacterial blooms ignited by rare conditions, vast swarms rising and falling in synchrony. Others dismiss that theory, pointing out that the glow often forms geometric boundaries, sharp edges, right angles, and circles too precise for biology. One haunting story comes from a freighter caught in such a blaze. The crew reported lines of light rising beneath their hull, parallel streaks running the full length of the ship, as though the ocean were drawing its outline. For hours they sailed across a perfect sketch of themselves glowing on the seabed below. When the glow vanished, the men swore their reflections in the water lingered longer than they should have, their movements delayed by seconds, as if memory itself had been lit and preserved. Island lore treats these flares not as accidents, but as gatherings. The ocean, they say, remembers every vessel it has swallowed. At times it burns their paths back into sight, stitching the routes of lost ships across the black. Sailors call them the luminous fields. They do not fear them, but they do not trust them either. For if the sea can draw maps in light, then perhaps it is not showing where to go, but where not to return. And so these glowing expanses remain unexplained, recorded, photographed, yet never captured. They remind every sailor that the Pacific is not dark by nature. It chooses when to shine, and when it does, it leaves no doubt that the ocean has ways of seeing us in return. The luminous fields are often described as blankets of light stretched across the sea. Yet there are rarer accounts of something more deliberate, lines of brilliance that move as though drawn by a hand. These are not drifting blooms or diffuse glows. They are paths, precise and narrow, traced beneath the water, as if the Pacific were sketching its own design. The first report comes from a survey ship, decades ago. Its captain recorded seeing a single line of light running parallel to his course, a glowing stripe below the surface that extended beyond the horizon. At first he thought it a reflection, perhaps moonlight, catching a slick of oil. But the line held steady for hours, bright even when clouds obscured the sky. When the vessel turned, the glowing path curved to match, as if following. Other ships in later years told similar stories. Some saw twin lines forming rails beneath them. Others reported circles closing slowly around their hulls. A few described the light weaving in spirals, tightening into patterns that looked less like currents and more like writing. Instruments measured nothing unusual, temperatures steady, currents normal. Yet the patterns persisted, forming geometry that seemed too deliberate for chance. One research team attempted to chase the phenomenon, deploying underwater drones to follow the luminous paths. The machines tracked lines glowing faintly across the seabed, lines that curved with mathematical precision, before breaking suddenly into black. The recordings ended each time in static, the drone's cameras blinded as though by glare. When recovered, their casings bore faint scorches, as if brushed by heat, though the water remained cool. What unsettled the crew most was not the loss of footage, but the realization that the lines never intersected randomly. They arranged themselves with startling order, angles repeating, arcs balanced, shapes emerging, like diagrams too large to grasp. The patterns suggested design, though design by what hand none dared to answer. Among island traditions, these lines are spoken of as trails left by the sea itself. Elders claim the ocean maps its own interior, drawing roads across the dark that only reveal themselves under certain conditions. Some warn that following them invites ruin, for they may lead not to land but to the places where the sea keeps what it has taken. A haunting tale persists of a cargo ship that did not resist. Its crew reportedly turned to follow a pair of glowing rails that stretched straight ahead into night. For hours they sailed across pale fire beneath their keel. At dawn the light vanished, so did the ship. No wreckage ever surfaced, only a rumor carried from port to port. The Pacific had drawn its path and collected what it guided. Today these events are known among sailors as the radiant tracks. They are rare, unpredictable, and impossible to measure, yet they leave a certainty that cannot be shaken. The ocean does not only flare at random, it can write, and it chooses when to reveal its handwriting. Whether those messages are warnings or invitations remains unknown, and so the sea continues to sketch, unseen most nights, but waiting. Those who glimpse its glowing lines speak softly afterward, convinced they were not witnessing chance but a kind of language, one too vast for men to ever learn. If the radiant tracks show the ocean writing, then there are other nights when the Pacific paints instead. These are rarer still moments, when the horizon blooms with colours no storm, no plankton, no sunset can explain. They are not flares, not auroras, yet crews swear the water itself begins to glow with hues that shift and ripple, as though alive. One of the earliest reports comes from a whaler crossing near the equator. His log speaks of the sea turning crimson at twilight, the glow so deep that the men thought blood had spread across the waves, but the stain pulsed, fading into violet, then rising again as bright emerald. The display lasted until dawn, colours passing in deliberate sequence, as though the sea had rehearsed a performance. By sunrise, the ocean was ordinary again, leaving the crew shaken, their catch abandoned. Modern accounts are no less unsettling. A research vessel, in the central Pacific, described waters igniting in pale blue curtains that swayed as if stirred by wind, though the night was calm. Cameras failed to capture the hues, reducing them to flat shadows. Yet every eye on deck insisted the light moved with rhythm, rippling outward, like breath, through silk. Theories struggle to contain such events. Some point to rare blooms of bioluminescent plankton, interacting with chemical shifts in water. Others suggest mineral discharges from vents deep below, painting the surface with impossible shades. Yet these ideas fail to explain the deliberate sequencing, the order in which the colors rise and fade, repeating across hours with the patience of a hand mixing pigments on an endless canvas. Among local traditions, the phenomenon is given reverence. Islanders call it the Sea's Festival. They believe it marks the gathering of spirits lost to the waves, the ocean dressing itself in color to guide them toward rest. Songs speak of ancestors walking across glowing waters, their footprints burning briefly in green and gold before vanishing into night. But sailors who have seen the lights firsthand tell a different story. They speak of unease, of the sense that the sea was not celebrating, but watching. One officer described it in his log: "We were not an audience, we were part of the performance. The sea painted itself around us as if to test whether we belonged." Some ships refuse to cross during these displays. Crews claim the glow alters more than sight, that compasses drift, clocks slow, and voices sound different in the colored air. A captain once ordered his men below deck, unwilling to let them breathe too long beneath the lights. When the glow faded, he wrote only, "It knew us." The colored seas have never been captured on full record. Photographs return blank, instruments remain blind, leaving only testimony. Yet the tales grow, spreading from port to port, each one echoing the same truth, that the Pacific holds more than storms and silence. It holds an artist's patience, choosing nights to cover its body in shades no human hand could ever mix, and those who have seen it never forget. They describe it as beautiful beyond measure, yet frightening in its intent. For if the sea can paint itself with color, then it chooses when to reveal its true face. And each time it does, it leaves behind a question no one can answer: who or what was it painting for? If the luminous fields and radiant tracks are the ocean showing its brilliance, then there is another phenomenon that unsettles sailors even more. For there are times when the Pacific does not merely glow, it responds. Crews have spoken of nights when their lights, their lanterns, their signals are answered from below, not as reflections, not as chants, but as mimicry. The first known account comes from a merchant vessel in the mid-1900s. The crew, curious about the glow they had encountered earlier in the evening, lowered a lantern toward the water. Moments later, the surface brightened, returning the signal in perfect time. When the lantern was raised, the glow dimmed. When it was lowered again, the light returned, brighter than before. The men tried patterns, short bursts, long sweeps, and each one was mirrored by the sea itself. Hours passed in this strange dialogue, before the water fell dark and refused to answer again. Other ships have since told similar stories. A fishing boat near Micronesia reported its deck lights suddenly flaring brighter as the ocean below shimmered in perfect unison. A naval vessel on patrol described its signal lamp answered from below by beams too broad to be machinery, spreading outward like searchlights from the depths. No device could produce such scale, yet the timings matched perfectly, as though something unseen mirrored the crew's curiosity with its own. Scientists have suggested rare schools of bioluminescent creatures, their movements stirred in synchrony by vibrations from the ship. Others point to chemical reactions triggered by heat or sound, yet these explanations falter, for the mimicry has been reported with precision too exact to dismiss. No fish, no bloom, no current responds in Morse code. One unsettling case was documented by a survey ship in the 1970s. The crew flashed a sequence of light as a test, long, short, short, long. The ocean responded in the same pattern, pause for pause, even correcting itself when the signal was repeated slightly off tempo. The captain ended the exchange abruptly, convinced they were no longer experimenting but communicating. His log ends with the line, "We were being answered." Island traditions interpret these events as the ocean showing acknowledgement. Some elders say the sea does not like to be ignored, and occasionally chooses to reveal that it is paying attention. They call these encounters the mirror nights. In their stories, sailors who played too long with the lights never returned, their vessels swallowed whole, their signals extinguished mid-pattern. Among mariners, the phenomenon carries no official study, yet whispers remain. Some avoid signaling at sea altogether, extinguishing lanterns at night to avoid drawing a reply. Others admit to trying, though none boast of long exchanges. Those who have risked it speak of a shared unease, the sense that the ocean was not only repeating, but waiting for the next phrase. To this day, the mimicry remains unexplained. Light without source, intelligence without form, patience without face. It is not threatening, not violent, yet deeply unsettling. For if the ocean can answer, then it is listening. And if it is listening, then perhaps it is only waiting for the right message before it answers more fully. And so sailors pass their warnings quietly. Do not flash your lamps into the water. Do not tempt the mirror nights. For some conversations, they say, are better left unspoken. We have crossed seas that glowed like fire, and we have seen waters that answered light with light. But the Pacific does not only play with brightness, it bends shape itself. Sailors tell of places where the ocean folds into forms too deliberate for current, too strange for geology. These are not illusions of fog or tricks of the horizon. They are architectures of water and stone that appear, shift and vanish as though the sea were building and dismantling worlds in secret. One of the most unsettling accounts comes from a freighter that reported a ridge where no chart marked one. The captain described his vessel rising as though climbing a slope, the water beneath them lifting with steady incline. Lookouts swore they saw black stones stretching below, jagged and sharp, yet smooth enough to reflect the lanterns of the deck. For nearly an hour, the ship sailed as though along a plateau, its wake foaming evenly behind. Then, without warning, the depth collapsed. The vessel dropped, crashing into trough, and the ridge was gone. Soundings that followed returned nothing but fathoms beyond measure. A research team decades later attempted to locate the same ridge, guided by the old coordinates. Their sonar returned something uncanny. Outlines of terraces rising from the abyss, stair-steps broad enough for a city street. But as the scan continued, the image blurred, levels bending into curves, terraces melting into plain. Within minutes, the screen showed only empty seafloor. Divers who have entered such regions describe an even stranger sensation. They speak of descending toward what appear to be walls, columns and slopes, only to find the structures ripple away as they near. One claimed he swam straight into what looked like an archway carved of stone, but the moment his lamp passed beneath it, the arch dissolved into dark water, leaving nothing but the echo of his own bubbles. Another diver swore the floor beneath him stretched, shifting farther away the closer he swam, as though distance itself had bent. Explanations failed to satisfy. Some suggest seismic activity creates temporary shelves, lifted and dropped by movements of the crust. Others point to mirages caused by temperature layers, bending light into the shapes of phantom structures. Yet these theories fall short when confronted with the consistency of reports: arches, terraces, corridors, ridges, geometries too deliberate to be accident, too patient to be mere trick of heat. Among island traditions, such places are spoken of as memories. They say the sea sometimes remembers the lands it swallowed, and lets them rise again, if only for moments. Whole islands of stone and city are believed to stir, not fully formed, but hinted at in shadow, as though the ocean rehearses the act of revealing them before changing its mind. One haunting tale describes a canoe that drifted into such a phantom. The fishermen claimed to have stood on a ledge of black rock, pulling nets heavy with fish, but when they turned back toward the horizon, their canoe floated in open sea, nets dragging across water, no rock beneath their feet at all. They returned home shaken, convinced they had walked briefly upon something the ocean chose to erase. To sailors, these places have earned a quiet name: the shifting grounds. They are not trusted, for they remind crews that the Pacific is not fixed. It can build and unbuild, sketch and erase, raising shapes from memory or from nothing. And each time it does, it leaves the question lingering: was it showing us what once was, or what might one day rise again? The shifting grounds unsettle, because they rise and vanish, without reason. Yet sailors tell of another strangeness, not in sudden ridges or fleeting terraces, but in corridors that hold their form for hours, sometimes days. These are not currents, though they move. They are not trenches, though they sink. They are long, straight channels cut into the sea itself, guiding vessels forward, as though the ocean had carved a road. The first written account comes from a schooner near Melanesia. Its captain noted that the current carried his vessel perfectly straight, without deviation, as if walls unseen pressed in on either side. For nearly 20 miles the sea felt narrowed, the water ahead smooth and inviting, the horizon stretched in exact alignment. The sensation was so strong that the men swore they could hear water lapping faintly against invisible banks. Then, as quickly as it began, the channel dissolved, and the ship drifted into ordinary sea. Modern ships have logged similar events. Satellite navigation shows courses holding unnaturally true, vessels pulled into lanes that require no helm adjustment. Engineers suggest magnetic anomalies or wind alignment, yet this cannot explain the visible signs. Crews describe streaks of pale water stretching like borders along the sides of their path, faint lines that shimmer in lantern light and remain for hours. A research vessel attempted to track one such corridor with drones. The machines recorded sonar reflections consistent with walls rising hundreds of meters from the seabed, sheer and smooth, before tapering off into nothing. For 3 hours the readings held, showing a trench-like passage sculpted with geometric precision. Then the data collapsed, replaced by static, as though the corridor itself had folded shut. Those who have sailed within these channels report effects beyond navigation. Voices carry oddly, bouncing back with a delay, as though echoed by unseen stone. Lights glow dimmer, shadows longer, and the sea takes on a stillness unnatural for open water. Some men claim their watches seemed shorter, hours lost between bells, as if time itself had narrowed alongside the current. Island lore speaks of these places not as mistakes, but as roads. They believe the sea opens them for travelers who were never meant to sail on its surface. The corridors, they say, are passages for older beings, paths carved into water long before men built ships. To drift into one is to trespass upon a highway not meant for you. One chilling tale tells of a vessel that followed such a corridor deliberately. Its crew, believing they had found a natural channel, let the current carry them deeper. The corridor widened, light dimmed, and then the horizon curved strangely, as though bending inward. The vessel was last sighted entering what witnesses swore looked like a vast archway of water. It never emerged. No wreckage, no trace. Only the memory of sails, swallowed by a door that closed behind them. Today sailors call these lanes the narrowing ways. They are rare, unpredictable, and feared less for their violence than for their purpose. For if the sea can shape roads, then it must also have destinations, and every man who has crossed one wonders afterward what else may have been travelling beside him, moving silently along the same path, toward a place he will never know. The narrowing ways remind sailors that the sea can carve its own roads. But there are places where the Pacific seems to build entire landscapes, structures that linger just long enough to be mapped before vanishing again. These are not fleeting shadows or tricks of light. They are topographies, vast as countries, that appear beneath the surface as if the ocean were raising forgotten continents for an instant. One of the most famous accounts comes from a Japanese survey ship in the mid-20th century. Sonar scans revealed what appeared to be a broad plain scattered with mounds, avenues, and rectangular shapes, arranged in grids. The technicians were stunned. The features stretched for nearly 40 kilometers, each outline too neat to dismiss as coincidence. They marked the coordinates carefully, convinced they had discovered a sunken settlement. When they returned weeks later, the plane was gone. The same equipment showed nothing but endless trench, the grid erased. Skeptics called it a malfunction, but the crew swore the images were clear, recorded on film that still survives in archives. Other expeditions have found similar anomalies. Off the coast of Micronesia, a team reported scanning what looked like an amphitheater, rows of terraces curved in a perfect semicircle, rising from the seabed in a design too deliberate for erosion. Cameras lowered captured only fragments, pale arcs that glowed faintly, then dissolved as the frames jittered into static. Divers who have swum in these regions describe sensations stranger still. They speak of feeling ground beneath them where depth gauges read hundreds of meters. Some insist they walked across stone pavements, their footsteps muffled in the press of water. One diver claimed he saw staircases descending farther than his lamps could reach, the steps wide, even cut to a scale too immense for human use. When he surfaced, his skin was pale, his breathing ragged, and he refused ever to enter the sea again. Explanations range from the cautious to the desperate. Scientists cite sonar reflections bouncing oddly against thermoclines, creating phantom terrain. Others argue volcanic ridges may mimic architecture before currents scatter silt across them. But these ideas fail when confronted with detail. Perfect squares, parallel lines, repeating ratios, patterns nature rarely keeps. Islanders interpret these landscapes as memories of drowned worlds. They say the ocean remembers every island it has swallowed, every city and temple lost to its rise. On rare nights, it lifts their outlines back into sight, not stone, not soil, but shadows pressed into water, as though recalling its past. Some stories go further, claiming the sea also shows glimpses of what is yet to come. Lands not born, cities not built, raised for a moment as rehearsal before being hidden away. One haunting tale tells of fishermen who anchored over what they swore was a stone plaza. They claimed to walk across it in the morning light, nets heavy with catch, before returning to their canoe. By afternoon the plaza had sunk, their canoe adrift over fathoms of depth. No trace remained. The men never fished those waters again. Among sailors, these reports are spoken of as the rising grounds. They do not argue whether they are ruins or visions. They agree only on one truth. The ocean has the power to build as well as to erase, and it sometimes chooses to show both in the same breath. And each time it does, crews are left with the same unsettling thought, that beneath their hulls lies a world shifting, waiting, forming itself in silence, whether from memory or from intent. The sea builds landscapes that vanish, but not all of its mysteries are stone or current. Some are alive, or seem to be. For in the Pacific, sailors have described encounters with organisms, colonies, or something stranger, that move with intention too large to be understood. These are not ordinary schools of fish or drifting plankton. They are events where life itself appears as vast as geography. One of the earliest logs comes from a whaling ship that crossed an expanse of water turned black. At first they thought it an oil slick, but the surface shifted, wrinkling against the hull. When sailors leaned over the rails, they saw millions of pale discs rising together, each no larger than a coin, yet pulsing in unison. For hours the ship was surrounded by this colony, their faint glow blinking in waves like breath across a living continent. Then, as though commanded, the mass sank all at once, vanishing into darkness. Modern research vessels report similar events, fields of gelatinous creatures spanning miles, moving not with current, but as if following unseen lines. Instruments show temperature dips, sonar struggles to pass through, and compasses drift slightly off true. Scientists suggest blooms of jellyfish, or salps, yet none can explain the precision of their motion. Crews swear the colonies do not simply drift. They turn, they circle, they adjust their position, as though aware. One unsettling account tells of a trawler whose nets rose heavy, not with fish, but with coils of translucent flesh that writhed even after being cut free. The mass pulsed until tossed back, then drifted into formation with the greater bloom. The men refused to fish again for days, convinced they had angered something larger than their ship. Islanders have older names for these gatherings. They speak of the sleeping mats, vast beings that lie across the sea, stirring only when disturbed. In their stories, these mats are not made of many creatures, but of one, stretching farther than the eye can see, a single living skin spread thin across the Pacific. Some divers whisper of seeing eyes, pale, lidless circles opening briefly in the folds before closing again. These claims are dismissed as exhaustion, yet they repeat across accounts, separated by decades and continents. To sailors, the question is not what these colonies are, but whether they choose, for when the mats rise and fall, when they spread or withdraw, it is never random. It feels like decision, and that more than their size, unsettles every man who has watched the sea pulse with a will not his own. We have watched the Pacific build landscapes and spread living mats across its surface, reminders that life and geography blur in its depths. But the ocean does not only reveal itself through what can be seen, it speaks too, sometimes in voices too vast to name. Across decades, across instruments and ears, sailors and scientists alike have recorded sounds that seem less like calls of creatures and more like the sea itself, taking breath. These are not faint echoes or ordinary whale songs. They are pulses and vibrations powerful enough to shake steel, strong enough to be heard across entire basins. The first confirmed event was captured by hydrophones in the late 20th century. Operators described a single rising moan that climbed through frequencies like a note stretched too far. It was unlike whales, deeper than seismic rumbles, and yet it carried for thousands of kilometers. Entire strings of instruments picked it up, each separated by oceans of distance, all recording the same sound. When slowed, the note thickened into something closer to heartbeat than call, repeating with steady rhythm until it dissolved into silence. Crews at sea describe similar experiences without instruments. Some report hearing vibrations resonate through their hulls, soft at first, then rising until it seems the ship itself is singing. Men at rest in bunks feel timbers humming under their heads. Engineers rush to check engines, only to find them silent. The sound passes without trace, leaving the memory of resonance too strong to dismiss as imagination. Theories abound. Some argue these are movements of icebergs thousands of miles away, groaning as they break and shift. Others point to volcanic activity, vents expelling gas into water, sending ripples across oceans. Yet these explanations collapse under one fact: the patterns. The sounds repeat with rhythm, climbing and falling in deliberate intervals, not random, not chaos, but measured, as though part of a language too vast for men to understand. One of the most unsettling recordings came from the Central Pacific in the late 1990s. Hydrophones captured a sequence that began as thunderous pulses, each 10 seconds apart, then shifted into rising tones that stretched for minutes. The audio spread across the basin, reaching instruments thousands of miles away. Researchers called it the bloom for its strange unfolding. Sailors who listened later said it felt less like sound and more like pressure, as if their lungs had been pressed by the weight of another presence. Islanders speak of these voices in different terms. They say the ocean keeps its own chants, deep songs that guide creatures we cannot see. Some describe them as anchors of the world, notes that hold the sea in place. Others warn that when the voices rise too often, it means the sea is stirring, calling not to us, but to itself. One haunting tale tells of a fishing fleet that heard such a sound at night. They described it as a single tone, low and vast, that caused the water to ripple without wind. The nets filled quickly, but every fish hauled aboard was dead, their bodies limp, eyes clouded as though boiled in silence. The fleet returned to shore in mourning, and refused to sail for months. To this day, hydrophones scattered across the Pacific continue to record these unearthly sounds. Scientists classify them in catalogues with names like whistle, bloop, and train, yet no entry explains them fully. Sailors call them more simply, the ocean's voice. For if the sea has the power to breathe, then perhaps it also has the power to sing, and when it chooses to, every man afloat realizes he is nothing more than audience. The ocean's voice does not always roar across basins. Sometimes it whispers, tones so faint they are felt more than heard, yet they leave sailors uneasy, long after the sound has passed. These low-frequency murmurs have been reported for decades, often in the same regions, as though the Pacific has certain places where it chooses to speak softly, in repetitions too patient to ignore. One of the most striking examples was captured by a cable-laying vessel in the late 1960s. Workers reported vibrations running through the steel like distant drums. At first they blamed machinery, but the sound continued after engines were cut. Hydrophones confirmed a deep, rolling pulse repeating every 9 seconds. It lasted 3 full days before fading as abruptly as it began. Modern research calls these standing tones. Instruments show the pulses carry far beyond human hearing, sometimes circling the globe multiple times before dissipating. The sound is steady, deliberate, and yet no source has ever been pinpointed. Some argue they are caused by waves resonating across the basin, forming harmonics like a giant organ pipe. But sailors dismiss this explanation quickly. They know the difference between waves and something alive. Divers in certain waters report the tones differently. Beneath the surface they describe pressure waves passing through their bodies, vibrating bones and lungs until their breath matches the rhythm. Some resurface shaking, convinced the sea had forced them to hum along. One diver claimed the tone followed him back to shore, echoing in dreams for months. There are cultural interpretations too. In Micronesia, elders speak of the sleeping drums, voices of the ocean floor that strike when the world shifts beneath. They say the sea drums only when it must remind men of its weight, a warning that the land itself is temporary. Songs echo these beliefs, sung slowly, each note held long as though imitating the deep rhythm. A more unsettling account appears in the log of a naval submarine. While patrolling in calm waters, the crew recorded a low resonance strong enough to shake utensils from shelves. The sound persisted for hours, circling the vessel as though it moved deliberately. Officers described it as a humming too regular to be accident. At one point, the resonance shifted upward in pitch and seemed to answer the submarine's sonar ping directly. Startled, the captain ordered all systems quiet. The hum faded soon after. Scientists who studied the recording could not agree. Some suggested ice carving from distant shelves. Others argued it was volcanic gas released in regular bursts. But the rhythm, steady, measured, remains unexplained. The classified report ended only with a note: source undetermined, phenomenon persistent, recommend avoidance. Sailors still cross these waters, but many mark them with quiet warning. They avoid hammering nails or ringing bells, fearful of drawing attention. Some refuse even to sing on deck, believing the tones beneath will echo back their voices. They call the phenomenon the hum, simple and spare, for its effect requires no elaboration. And so the whispers of the Pacific endure, vast, patient, and without clear origin. Whether geological, biological, or something else entirely, they carry the same weight of presence. For when the sea chooses to hum, it is not asking to be understood, it is reminding those who listen that they are not alone. The low hums and sleeping drums are strange enough, but the Pacific carries sounds sharper too, tones that slice through water like blades, heard suddenly, and then gone. Sailors call them the strikes. They arrive without warning, single bursts of sound so loud they shake hulls and rattle bones, yet leave no echo behind. One of the earliest accounts comes from a merchant vessel in the early 1900s. The crew described a night crossing in calm seas, when the ship rang as though struck by a hammer. Plates clattered, timbers groaned, and men rushed above deck, expecting to see a collision. Yet the horizon lay empty, the water shimmered only faintly, as though something vast had rippled once and sunk. The captain recorded it in his log with a single line. "The sea hit us back." Modern hydrophones confirm these sudden detonations. In 1997, researchers tracking whale calls recorded what they initially mistook for submarine testing, a single strike that carried for thousands of miles. But no vessel admitted to live fire, and the frequency of the tone fell outside any known weapon signature. Even stranger, similar events were captured, months later, across entirely different regions, each one too loud and too sudden to dismiss. Divers unlucky enough to be beneath the surface during such events described the strikes as unbearable. Pressure slams through the body, leaving ears bleeding and vision blurred. Some compare it to being inside a bell when it is rung. Others insist it feels like the sea itself flexes, clenching for a moment before releasing. Most refuse to descend again after such encounters. Theories attempt to tame the mystery. Some point to undersea landslides, massive rocks breaking and colliding in silence until their impact reverberates. Others argue tectonic plates may grind and slip, releasing bursts of sound instead of tremor. Yet these explanations falter in the face of the data. The strikes often occur far from known fault lines, their signatures too brief and clean for geology alone. Among island traditions, the strikes are not accidents. They are described as warnings, the sea's way of reminding men not to grow too bold. Elders speak of the ocean's clap, a single hand striking the world, silencing arrogance with one blow. They tell stories of canoes shattered mid-voyage, of nets torn as if ripped from below, always after a strike rang through the water. One chilling tale survives from a naval destroyer in the mid-20th century. At midnight, the ship shuddered violently, as though rammed. Men tumbled from bunks, alarms blared, but no impact scarred the hull. Depth charges were armed, fearing enemy subs, but sonar showed nothing. Hours later, another strike hit, louder, sharper, closer. The captain ordered retreat. His log ends with the line, "The ocean is striking back. This is no engagement we can fight." Even now, these sudden tones remain unexplained. They appear without pattern, as if summoned by presence alone, then vanish as though nothing occurred. Sailors who experience them speak with reverence afterward, convinced they had brushed against something vast enough to flex the sea itself. They are reminders that the Pacific does not need storms or waves to show force. Sometimes, a single sound is enough. And when it chooses to strike, it does not linger. It does not explain. It simply reminds every ship afloat that the ocean has hands we cannot see, and sometimes, it chooses to use them. The ocean's strikes are sudden, like the world clapping once in the dark, but not all sounds vanish quickly. Some linger for hours, circling ships like unseen choirs, weaving tones that rise and fall with uncanny patience. Sailors call them the choruses. To encounter one is to feel surrounded, not by storm, not by wind, but by a company that should not exist. One of the first modern recordings came from hydrophones stationed in the South Pacific. For nearly 9 hours they captured a chorus of tones, high whistles, low moans and rhythmic pulses layered together. At first researchers thought it was a convergence of whales, but analysis showed the frequencies fell outside the range of any known species. More unsettling was the coordination. The sounds rose and fell in harmony, notes folding over each other like practiced voices. At sea, crews who have drifted into such zones describe the effect as overwhelming. The sound does not arrive through the air, but through the hull, vibrating timbers until every surface hums. Men report feeling watched, as though dozens of presences surrounded the ship just below the surface, singing without breath. Some swear the tones mirror their movements, the pitch rising when sails are hoisted, dipping when anchors drop. One haunting case appears in the log of a research vessel in the 1980s. Scientists monitoring currents at night were startled when the ocean began to sing beneath them. At first it was a low vibration, steady as heartbeat. Then harmonics bloomed, waves of tones climbing and falling in patterns too deliberate for chance. Recordings survive though they sound mechanical, eerie sequences like the testing of an instrument too vast to see. Crew who were present insist it felt alive. Explanations remain thin. Some argue the chorus is the combined call of deep-sea creatures rising together to spawn. Others suggest volcanic vents expelling gas in rhythmic bursts. But these theories fail to explain the coordination, the way sounds align in intervals, like scales rehearsed on strings stretched across the basin. Island traditions tell another story. They believe the choruses are gatherings, the sea assembling voices of things too large and too old to show themselves. Elders speak of nights when the ocean calls its children home, tones guiding them through blackness as stars guide men. But they also warn that to listen too long is dangerous, for the songs are not meant for human ears. A fishing fleet once ignored such warnings. Drawn by the beauty of the tones, they lingered for hours, nets lowered. By dawn every net surfaced torn, shredded as though by blades. The crew swore no fish were caught, yet the water around them boiled with bubbles, each pulse rising with the chorus. They returned to shore shaken, leaving their catch to rot. Among mariners, the phenomenon remains one of the most whispered, not feared like storms, not dreaded like silence, but respected deeply. They call it the ocean's choir, for when the Pacific chooses to sing in many voices, it reminds every man afloat that he is not only passing through water, he is passing through audience, through presence, through something vast enough to hold concert in the dark. And when the final note fades, the silence that follows is heavier than thunder, as if the sea itself is waiting for applause that never comes. We have listened to the Pacific sing, its voices carried across basins like the breath of something vast. But sound is only one way the sea unsettles. At times, it does not speak at all. It takes islands, ships, even entire stretches of sea have been recorded, then erased, then returned again, as though nothing had changed. These vanishings are among the most unnerving mysteries of the Pacific. Not storms, not wreckage, but simple absence, as if the ocean edits its own map at will. One of the earliest cases lies in the log of a Spanish galleon that charted an island in the 1500s, carefully measured and described. Palms shaded its shore, birds filled its sky, fresh water ran through its valleys. Maps of the age show the mark clearly, yet a century later, when another fleet attempted to land, nothing remained. The island was gone, open water stretched where harbours had once been drawn. Historians debate whether the first sighting was error, but the logs are too detailed, the accounts too consistent. An island existed, then it did not. Centuries later, similar stories repeated. A survey crew in the mid-1800s charted a sandbank in the central Pacific, noting its length and breadth, its shallow reefs breaking into foam. The sandbank vanished within a decade, erased from every crossing. Sailors whispered it had been swallowed overnight. Yet in 1923, another vessel reported grounding on the same coordinates, nets heavy with sand still clinging to their ropes. The bank had returned, only to disappear again by the following year. Modern technology has not ended these stories. Satellites show the ocean smooth and empty, where sailors insist land once stood. GPS maps are corrected, coordinates erased, yet whispers persist of islands that rise for days or weeks before sinking back. A Japanese fishing vessel, in the 1980s, claimed to walk on a stretch of coral that appeared suddenly beneath them, solid underfoot, teeming with crabs and seabirds. By morning it had collapsed, leaving only black swell. Divers tell stranger tales. One described descending toward a ridge, only to watch it vanish in front of him. Rock dissolved into open water, depth gauges spinning wildly, his own body suddenly suspended in void. He surfaced gasping, swearing he had been held not by water but by absence. Island traditions treat these vanishings with caution. Elders say the ocean shifts its own furniture, lifting and lowering pieces according to its will. Land is not permanent, it is loaned. To walk upon such a place is to trespass into memory. for the sea remembers every reef it has swallowed, and occasionally it allows one to surface again, briefly, before claiming it once more. Among sailors, the phenomenon is called the ghost islands. They are not trusted, for they offer no stability. Charts may note them, stories may confirm them, but they vanish without reason, leaving nothing but doubt. Some believe they are warnings, places raised to turn ships aside. Others whisper they are temptations, lures drawn from the ocean's depths to see who will dare to step ashore. And each time one returns, even for a moment, the question spreads again. If the sea can raise and erase land at will, how much of the world we stand upon is truly ours, and how much is only borrowed until the tide decides otherwise? The sea does not always erase slowly. Sometimes it swallows in an instant. Entire ships have been watched as they slid into nothing, not by storm or fire, but by disappearance itself. Witnesses swear they saw decks, lanterns and sails intact, then gone as if a curtain had been pulled over the horizon. One of the most chilling accounts comes from the crew of a steamer in the late 19th century. They reported another vessel, pacing them across open water, lanterns glowing steady, smoke curling from its stack. The two ships ran side by side through calm seas until, without warning, the companion simply ceased to exist. There was no splash, no wreckage, no scream. One moment the vessel was there, the next it was absence, the water where it had sailed as smooth as glass. In the silence that followed, the steamer's captain logged something peculiar. His compass needle spun, his clock slowed, and for the space of 1 full minute, the stars above seemed dimmer. Then everything returned to normal, save for the memory that a ship had sailed beside them, and was erased as neatly as chalk wiped from a board. Such vanishings are not confined to the surface. Divers exploring near the Marianas tell of structures that collapse into nothing, even as they swim toward them. A staircase visible in one beam of light becomes only open water in the next. Gauges fail, watchers lose time, and the diver rises uncertain if the descent lasted minutes or hours. Island folklore speaks of this with quiet dread. They call it the fold. The belief is that the ocean folds space the way men fold maps, collapsing distance and shape, until ships and men are caught between layers. Some are returned days later, drifting and starved but alive. Others never come back at all. A single story still circulates among sailors. A fishing vessel that left Suva in the 1970s, tracked by radio and sighted twice along its course, was later discovered adrift with no one aboard. Charts and clocks were intact, meals left half-eaten. The men were simply absent. Those who boarded said the strangest thing was not the silence, but the faint smell of ozone, sharp as lightning, though no storm had passed. Modern explanations remain hollow. Rogue waves, sudden sinkings, mutiny. None address the precision of erasure, the way the ocean can edit reality mid-sentence, leaving no wreckage, no bruise, only blankness. Among crews today, the warning lingers: never trust a ship you see too clearly, for in the Pacific, what sails beside you may not be meant to exist at all. The Pacific is not empty when it erases. Something always comes back. Sailors speak of vessels that vanish into clear water, only to return decades later, hulls intact, decks pristine, but carrying no life. To encounter one of these revenant ships is to feel the sea's memory walking beside you. In 1932, a freighter disappeared en route from Manila to Honolulu. No distress call, no wreckage, no clue. 30 years later, a patrol vessel found her drifting near the Marshalls. Her paint was unchipped, her timbers sound, clocks in the captain's quarters still ticked. But the crew was gone, their meals left half-eaten, still warm in plates that should have grown cold decades earlier. Radio logs on her desk ended mid-sentence, frozen in the hour of her disappearance. Other cases mirror the same impossible return. A schooner noted lost in 1890 reappeared a century later, sails hoisted, lanterns lit, but the wood tested younger than its original design. Scientists argued fraud, yet no explanation could account for the ship being in 2 centuries at once. Island traditions do not treat these as miracles. They call them borrowed vessels. The belief is simple: when the ocean takes a ship, it does not always destroy it. Sometimes it keeps it, holds it in depths where time does not move, and releases it only when it chooses. Men who have stepped aboard such craft describe the air as heavy, thick with a pressure that feels like standing at the bottom of the sea. Watches fail, compasses tremble, and shadows fall in directions that do not match the sun. Some sailors claim the ships breathe, that the planks flex, timbers pulse, as though lungs fill and empty within the hull. A chilling account survives from a salvage crew in the 1970s. They boarded a reappeared trawler, abandoned decades earlier, and found the hold filled with water that never spilled. The surface trembled as if stirred by unseen hands. When one man reached in, he screamed, swearing he felt another hand reaching back. The crew fled, and the trawler was left to drift. It was never seen again. To this day, mariners whisper of such revenants as warnings, not wonders. For when the sea returns a ship, it is never with explanation, never with mercy. It is returned too whole, too precise, carrying silence where voices should have been. And every sailor who has crossed their path carries the same uneasy thought. If the Pacific can keep a vessel in its keeping for a century, what else might it be storing, waiting for the moment to let it rise again? There are places in the Pacific where things do not vanish alone. Entire fleets have reported sailing into regions that seemed ordinary, only to find themselves surrounded by ships, long lost, silhouettes, drifting in silence. These encounters do not last. The apparitions remain only long enough to be recognized before dissolving, leaving crews shaken with the certainty that they had crossed into the ocean's archive. A convoy in the Second World War recorded such a moment. Radar screens flickered alive with dozens of signals, vessels encircling their formation. Lookouts confirmed shapes on the horizon, masts, funnels, even the faint glimmer of signal lamps. Yet no replies came. When the fleet altered course to investigate, the contacts faded, each blinking out as though erased one by one. The sea lay empty, unbroken. But sailors swore they had seen hulls marked with names of ships lost years before, decks tilted, lanterns swinging in phantom wind. Similar reports have surfaced in peacetime. A cargo liner in the 1960s described passing through a flotilla of schooners, their sails slack, their crews unmoving. The liner's horn sounded, its wake foamed, yet the smaller craft gave no reply. Within minutes they dissolved, leaving the horizon bare. The captain refused to log the incident officially, but his crew told the story in ports for decades. Island law treats such gatherings as returnings. They say the ocean does not forget the ships it has claimed, and at times it rehearses their presence, letting them drift across the surface, to remind men that every voyage leaves a trace. These visions are not memories, the elders warn. They are warnings, glimpses of how the sea keeps what it owns. Among mariners, the phenomenon carries another name, the drowned parade. For when it comes, the ocean fills with ghost convoys, silent, endless, drawn from every era at once. To stand watch in such a moment is to feel surrounded by history too heavy for the living. And when the last shape vanishes, when the sea smooths into ordinary night, no man aboard forgets the lesson. Nothing that sails the Pacific is ever truly gone. Men expect the sea to drown them, to freeze them, to break their hulls. They do not expect it to erase their senses one by one, yet the Pacific is littered with reports of stretches where the body stops obeying itself. Crews stagger, eyes fail, and thoughts scatter, as though the water beneath them has reached upward and rewritten the rules of being alive. The first warning is almost always balance. A deckhand walking straight will suddenly veer sideways, stumbling as if pulled by invisible ropes. Soon after, others follow, men steady at their posts swaying like drunkards, compasses refusing to hold north, gyroscopes spinning without cause. Captains report entire watches reduced to confusion, their crews unable to keep bearings though seas lie calm. A naval destroyer in the 1950s logged such an event. For hours the ship's crew reported vertigo so severe that no one could climb ladders or stand on rails. Doctors found no illness, no toxin in the water or air, yet every man aboard described the same sensation, the world tilting, though the horizon never moved. Then, as abruptly as it began, the dizziness stopped. Instruments steadied, men rose, and the sea rolled on without mark. Divers speak of worse. Some descend in calm seas only to feel the ocean shift directions inside their heads. One man reported swimming upward for minutes before realizing he had been sinking. Another claimed he could no longer feel where his own body ended, his hands stretching into water without boundary. Such divers often surface gasping, convinced they had been dissolved for a moment into the sea itself. Islanders speak carefully of these zones. They call them the forgetting waters. Their belief is that the ocean does not only take ships and lives, it can take memory, balance, even the certainty of one's own body. Those who drift too long within its reach do not always return as they were. Scientists propose magnetic anomalies, shifts in pressure, or gas rising from vents, but no machine has ever captured what the men describe. The charts show nothing but deep water, yet the logs remain, whole crews collapsing into disorientation at once, as though the Pacific had chosen to remind them that even the self is fragile, and the line between man and sea can be thinned in an instant. It begins with silence inside the Squall. Men describe standing at their posts when a sudden hush cuts through, not the hush of sea or wind, but a hollowing out of their own hearing. Bells ring, waves break, orders are shouted, yet everything arrives muted, as if the sound must cross miles of empty hall before reaching the ear. Then the other senses follow. A crew of fishermen once recorded the same moment in their logs. One by one, each man lost his voice. They tried to shout, but no words came, only breath. For hours they gestured in panic, unable to speak, their throats working soundlessly while the ocean rolled calm around them. When their voices returned, every clock on board read the same missing hour, 60 minutes struck from time itself. Divers describe it worse. A pair descending near Tonga claimed their vision dimmed mid-dive, lanterns flaring, and then snuffed though the bulbs remained lit. They groped blind through water thick as ink, their own limbs unrecognizable. When they surfaced, the air stung their skin like frost, though the night was warm. One never dove again. Island lore ties such events to the veil. It is said the sea lifts a curtain between body and spirit, testing whether a man belongs to himself or to the water. Those who return are never quite the same, forgetful, slow, some unable to name their own children. Elders speak of men who went mute forever, their words left drifting beneath the waves. Naval records whisper the same under different names. A destroyer crossing near the Solomons noted a complete neurological failure of its bridge crew. For 13 minutes, every officer stared blankly ahead, unable to respond. The ship drifted off course until engines were cut. Then, as if nothing had occurred, the men blinked and returned to duty, remembering nothing but a faint ringing in their skulls. Explanations fail. Some suggest pressure waves or magnetic surges. Others mutter about gases venting from volcanic ridges. Yet none of those theories explain why the events steal not only voice and sight but memory itself, why entire crews return missing hours, days, or even names. Among sailors the warning is blunt: when the sea takes your senses, give them willingly, for to resist is to risk being kept. There are moments when the Pacific does not simply take a man's balance, or his hearing, or his speech. There are moments when it seems to take the entire self in one stroke, hollowing out the body, while leaving it standing upright, eyes open, chest rising and falling. These are not fainting spells, nor seizures that can be charted in medical texts. They are pauses, as if the ocean itself has reached inside, pressed its hand against a man's spirit, and left only an empty vessel behind. Again and again, reports surface of sailors frozen at their posts, caught in mid-motion, as though time itself had faltered. The body does not collapse, it does not convulse, it continues to breathe, its eyes unblinking, its limbs locked in the pose of its last command. The ship moves on, the sea swells, gulls circle, but the man within the body is absent, gone elsewhere. Mariners call this state being paused by the sea. One of the clearest accounts appears in the log of a trawler operating in the Pacific during the 1970s. The crew had been hauling nets heavy with catch, their boots slick with fish and blood, the stink of salt and brine heavy on the deck. Then, without warning, 3 deckhands stopped mid-haul. Ropes burned their palms, fish thrashed at their feet, but they stood motionless, their eyes glassy, jaws slack, sweat glistening on their brows. They did not collapse, they did not speak, they stood as though cast in wax, men carved to look like sailors, but without animation inside. Panic broke among their shipmates. They slapped their shoulders, shouted their names, doused them with buckets of seawater. The captain himself struck one across the cheek so hard his knuckles split. Nothing roused them. For 17 minutes they remained frozen, staring through the men who called to them. Then, as suddenly as it began, it ended. The 3 men gasped, staggering, clutching their throats as though breaking the surface after a long dive. Each swore no time had passed. They remembered hauling rope, then opening their eyes to see the deck around them, transformed, their fellows frantic. Submariners tell of worse. In one account, a sonar operator was speaking mid-sentence, when his words faltered. His hand, resting on the dial, stopped moving. His eyes glazed, his lips began to twitch soundlessly. Those around him described the horror of watching him mouth words in silence, syllables repeating as if responding to a voice they could not hear. For half an hour, he turned the dial fraction left, fraction right, again and again, his knuckles whitening, skin thinning, until bone pressed beneath it. When at last he collapsed, his body limp, he awoke with blank eyes. He did not know his name, he did not recognize his crewmates. The ocean had pressed pause, and in releasing him, had stripped away his memory. Islanders who know these stories have a word: the emptied. They say the ocean is not a surface but a structure, full of rooms and halls hidden below. Sometimes, the spirit of a man is borrowed to wander those rooms, leaving his body behind as a shell. When the spirit returns, it may bring fragments of other corridors with it, or it may not return whole at all. Doctors, ever eager for reason, search for terms. They speak of catatonia, fugue, seizure, dissociation. Yet such terms crumble against the weight of detail. Catatonia does not leave men frozen in perfect unison. Seizures do not arrive only at sea, never on land, never in hospital wards. Dissociation does not carry with it a recurring detail, whispered in report after report. A smell of brine clinging to the skin of the afflicted, sharper than the surrounding salt air, as though the ocean itself had seeped into their lungs. One of the most haunting cases still circulates among mariners. A cargo ship drifting between Hawaii and Japan found a lone figure afloat in calm seas. The man clung to nothing, his body upright in water as though supported by invisible arms. They hauled him aboard, wrapped him in blankets, and pressed hot food into his hands. But he never spoke. He followed crewmen with his eyes, blinked when ordered, ate when guided, moved when led. He bore no wounds, no illness, no mark of hardship. Doctors on land found his heartbeat steady, his blood clean, his body intact, yet he carried no name. His fingerprints matched no registry. For 5 years he lived among hospitals and asylums, perfectly alive but hollow, moving without intention, watching without recognition. When he died, his expression had never once changed. Others tell of shorter episodes. A helmsman steering calm seas stiffens, his hand frozen upon the wheel, while the vessel drifts off course. A cook drops his ladle, staring straight ahead, broth dripping across the floor as if time itself had abandoned him. Divers rise with eyes wide, gasping, insisting no time has passed, though they have been absent for hours. Each account carries the same thread. The sea borrows, the sea pauses, the sea empties. Some survivors describe sensations that hint at where they have been. One trawler hand, revived after 20 minutes of stillness, claimed he remembered corridors of stone lit by faint blue glow. Another insisted he had stood in a chamber of glass, water pressing around him, but never touching. A third muttered incoherently, for days of voices whispering in rhythm with the waves. None of them could explain, none of them were believed. And yet the records continue. Mariners whisper that storms, wrecks, even drowning can be resisted by skill or chance. But when the ocean takes yourself, leaves your body as husk, there is no defense. Seamanship cannot hold a soul in place when the Pacific chooses to borrow it. The dread among sailors is not only in losing consciousness, but in returning changed. When the eyes blink awake again, when the lungs heave their next breath, who can say whether the same spirit has returned? Perhaps the man who walks again is not the one who left, but a shell filled by something that wandered too long in the rooms of the sea. So they whisper a warning to new crews: if your shipmate freezes, do not touch him too hard. Do not shout his name, for the ocean may not yet be finished with him. Wait, and pray, and hope that when he breathes again, it is still your shipmate's soul looking out through his eyes. If the emptied men are terrifying to behold, worse still are the accounts of those who return from the sea intact in body, but alien in mind, familiar faces wearing unfamiliar selves, voices speaking words no one understands, memories erased as if unwritten. These are not sailors' yarns told half-drunk in port taverns. They are preserved in naval archives, etched into ship logs, whispered by survivors, who swear they watched a man's soul vanish, while his body continued to breathe. The Pacific does not always drown, sometimes it rewrites. One such case still lingers in memory among sailors near Guam. A freighter, its decks swollen with cargo, crossed calm waters under a bright sky. The helmsman, a man known for steady nerves and years at sea, stiffened without warning. His grip tightened on the wheel, his shoulders locked, his eyes washed pale. Witnesses swore his lips moved slowly, forming words none could recognize. The sound that issued from him was not language as men know it. It was a chant, syllables repeating, rearranging, circling in patterns like waves. For 20 minutes he spoke without pause. Crew tried to shake him, to wrest his hands from the wheel, but the chant persisted, voice monotone, relentless. When at last he collapsed, the body gasping for breath, the mind inside was gone. He opened his eyes with no knowledge of his own name, no memory of his ship, no recognition of his crewmates. He never recovered. Another account, more chilling still, comes from a survey vessel at dawn. Officers searching for their watch crew found them gathered silently at the bow. Every man faced the same patch of horizon, eyes wide, lips moving in unison, their voices carried in whispers. It is rising. Not one sailor could later explain what it was, for the sea lay empty, the sky unbroken. For hours they stood, ignoring orders, unresponsive to blows or pleas. When the spell lifted, they scattered back to work, shaken and pale, but blank. Each discovered entire years missing from memory, childhoods erased, wives and children forgotten. Some had lost languages they once spoke fluently. The ocean had stripped out the thread of their story, unraveling their past until nothing familiar remained. Island traditions have words for this condition. They call these men the taken. To them the sea does not hunger for flesh, but for story. It pulls from the body the thread of memory, unspooling years like rope, unweaving the person until only the skin remains. Sometimes it replaces the thread with fragments from elsewhere, patterns and voices that do not belong. To return from such waters is not to survive, they say, but to wear a mask, a body intact, a face unchanged, but the self hollowed and replaced. Science, ever straining for order, proposes trauma, toxins, madness, perhaps gases rising from vents, poisoning minds, perhaps shock, hallucination, fugue. But the explanations collapse under detail. No toxin teaches a man a new chant in an unknown tongue. No trauma strips years of memory in minutes, leaving the body healthy, the heartbeat steady. No madness seizes an entire watch crew in unison, synchronizing their whispers into a single voice. These are not accidents of the brain, they are acts of the sea. The aftermath of such events is as unsettling as the moment itself. Survivors wander like strangers, unable to rejoin the rhythm of their shipmates. Some are locked below deck for fear they will steer the vessel into ruin. Others are set ashore at the next port, left in hospitals where doctors scribble terms that never match the symptoms: amnesia, delirium, dissociation. Families take them in, but find husbands, sons, fathers staring blankly, unable to recall names or recognize faces. These men live, but they do not return. Naval records whisper of incidents too dangerous to admit publicly. In one, a destroyer found itself silenced when its entire radio team began speaking in unison. The words were not English, nor any language known, but patterned, structured, repeated in mathematical cadence. For nearly half an hour, no communication left the ship, but this alien chorus. When it ceased, the operators collapsed, each one unable to recall the episode. The ship sailed on, but its log contains the chilling line: "The ocean borrowed our voices." What it said we may never know. Pilots too have experienced the erasure. One Air Force crew flying over the Pacific reported their navigator suddenly announcing a series of coordinates in a language none could identify. He repeated them for 15 minutes, eyes glassy, hands trembling over his maps. When he stopped, he stared blankly at his crew, unable to recall his own name or rank. He was discharged, never to fly again. The coordinates he repeated were checked later. They fell upon empty ocean. Islanders have warnings that sailors echo in hushed tones: "Guard your name. Do not shout it into storms. Do not write it on driftwood. Do not carve it into masts or hulls." The Pacific listens, and when it hears too closely, it may keep the name for itself, erasing it from the one who bore it. The name becomes a bead in the ocean's endless rosary, while the man who owned it is left adrift, body intact, but story erased. Some survivors show fragments of replacement. A helmsman who forgot his family gained fluency in a language no one could trace. A cook who lost his own memories began singing lullabies never heard on land. Melodies that made listeners weep, though they did not understand the words. One diver, pulled from depths in a state of emptiness, returned with scars on his chest shaped like script, glowing faintly for weeks before fading. No one could read them, though every sailor who saw swore the marks looked deliberate. Doctors continue to scribble theories: brain lesions, oxygen deprivation, chemical poisoning. But in quiet, some admit their confusion. One naval physician confessed in a private letter, "I know the sea rewrote him. I do not know how. But the man who rose from the cot was not the one I treated yesterday." The greatest terror is not in losing shipmates to drowning, nor in storms crushing decks, nor in fire swallowing sails. Those deaths are terrible, but knowable. The true dread is watching a man return alive, yet wrong. His smile empty, his eyes hollow, his voice carrying syllables that feel foreign in the ear. To stand beside your shipmate, and know the body remains, but the self has been taken, is to admit the sea does not only kill, it replaces. Sailors whisper among themselves of one final account, too strange to dismiss. A lifeboat was found adrift after a storm, carrying 7 survivors. They were alive, uninjured, eyes wide, but none spoke. For days doctors tried to coax them. Silence. Then during a thunderclap, all 7 opened their mouths together. A single tone issued, long and harmonic, shaking glass, rattling bones. Witnesses swore it was not sound but structure, like standing inside a chord made of stone. When the tone ended, the survivors fell silent forever, and so the belief endures, as old as the sea itself. Guard your name, guard your story. Do not let the ocean hear you too clearly, for it has taken many, leaving bodies as vessels for voices that are not their own. And if it decides to unravel your thread, there is no storm to fight, no rope to cling, no prayer strong enough to hold yourself in place. The Pacific will listen, and if it chooses, it will answer, and its answers are never given back. Not everything the ocean keeps is lost forever. Sometimes it gives back what it has taken, but changed, wrong, carrying marks of a place no man has seen. Fishermen whisper of nets rising heavy, not with fish, but with objects no one can explain. Tools that never rust, bones cut cleaner than steel, fragments of vessels that no storm could have torn apart. These returns are the most disturbing mysteries of the Pacific, because they remind sailors that the ocean remembers in its own way. A whaler's log from the 1800s tells of hauling a net that held not fish but a door, oak, varnished, still dripping with salt, though it matched no design on any ship afloat at the time. Its hinges were fused smooth, as if molded rather than forged. When the crew brought it aboard, they swore the wood was warm, as though it had been cut that very day. By morning the door had blackened, shriveled, and collapsed into ash. In the 20th century, a Japanese research vessel recovered crates, floating just beneath the surface, their wood pale and unrotted. Inside were navigational instruments, sextants and compasses of designs centuries out of date, yet gleaming as if forged yesterday. No corrosion touched them. The crew kept one compass, but within weeks its needle spun wildly no matter where it was carried, even on land. Islanders treat such finds with dread. They say the sea does not give gifts. It returns fragments only to remind men what it holds below. These items, they believe, belong not to us, but to the deep. To touch them is to take on a debt. One story tells of a trawler that pulled from its nets a length of chain, so vast it filled the deck, links as broad as a man's chest. No one could say how it fit within the net. The crew left it at port, but days later the chain was gone. Every link vanished without a mark. Among sailors, these objects are called the offerings. They are never trusted. Some are thrown back immediately, others locked away, but none are kept long. For each carries the same message. The sea has returned something, but only because it has decided to keep the rest. Sometimes what the ocean returns is not debris or relics, but things that never belonged to our world at all. Crews have pulled from nets objects that defy classification, pieces of matter so strange that even scientists refuse to publish their findings. The Pacific does not give these often, but when it does, they leave behind a trail of silence more disturbing than any storm. A Soviet research ship in the 1960s hauled aboard a sphere no larger than a man's fist. Smooth, metallic, and warm to the touch, it hummed faintly in the hands of whoever carried it. Engineers tried to open it, but found no seam, no weld, no mark of manufacture. When it was placed on a steel deck, compasses within 20 meters spun, instruments flickered, and one by one, the lights aboard dimmed. Terrified, the crew rolled it back into the sea. The logbook entry survives, but the object does not. Another story comes from a Filipino fishing boat in the 1980s. The men dragged up a slab of what looked like glass, perfectly square, nearly transparent. Yet when held against the sun, it showed not sky, but shifting shadows that moved as though within the pane. Each time the slab tilted, the shadows reoriented, crawling toward the edges. The fishermen dropped it in fear, and it shattered without sound, dissolving into a cloud of salt that vanished before it touched the deck. Islanders do not dismiss such tales. They call these objects borrowed stones. Their belief is that the sea holds remnants from other worlds, wreckage from places beyond our own, that drift into ours when the Pacific chooses to loosen its grip. To keep them is to invite sickness. They warn, for these stones are not meant for human hands. A salvage diver once described something stranger still. While exploring wreckage near the Marianas, he found a chain of beads unlike any coral, each sphere glowing faintly within a light. When he touched the strand, he swore he heard voices humming inside his skull, not in words but in vibrations that resonated through bone. He surfaced in terror, refusing to return. When his colleagues dived the same site days later, the beads were gone. Scientists tread carefully around these stories. Some suggest volcanic glass, meteorite fragments, or new alloys formed in vents under impossible pressures. But none of those theories explain objects that resist breaking, hum with current, or vanish when removed from the sea. Among sailors the lesson is simple. If you find something too perfect, too seamless, too strange to belong, throw it back. The ocean does not lose track of its possessions, and when it returns them, it may not be to gift them, but to remind us that what lies below is not always made for us. The most disturbing offerings are not metal spheres or shattered glass. They breathe, they move, they come back from the sea, carrying traces of a world we cannot see. Sailors whisper of creatures that should not exist, hauled up in nets, or found drifting alive on black water, bearing the unmistakable marks of something remade in silence below. A Taiwanese fishing trawler in the 1970s recorded hauling a net that writhed as though full of sharks. Yet, when pulled aboard, the catch was wrong. Dozens of fish thrashed in unison, every scale identical, every fin moving in perfect rhythm, as if controlled by one will. When the crew tried to separate them, The fish collapsed at once, their bodies dissolving into a pale slurry that stank of ozone. The deck was washed, but the smell lingered for weeks. Divers tell of encounters worse still. A team exploring near Palau claimed to find a turtle alive at 3,000 meters, a depth where lungs should collapse, shells should implode. The animal swam slowly toward them, its eyes clouded white, its shell marked with grooves like writing. They followed it upward, until, without warning, it disintegrated into fragments of skin that floated like paper in the current. Islanders say these beings are not new, nor broken. They call them the returned. The belief is that the sea occasionally resurrects what it has swallowed, but only partially. Life comes back altered, carrying hints of places no man should enter. Such creatures are treated with reverence and fear. They are never eaten, never touched. They are left to drift until the ocean claims them again. Modern research vessels have retrieved organisms so strange they remain locked away in unmarked archives. One team described a squid with eyes like polished mirrors, reflecting not light, but images, shapes of faces the crew swore they recognized. Another ship reported a whale carcass floating upright, its flesh pristine, but its bones twisted into a spiral visible beneath the skin. Explanations falter, some mutter about mutation, others about deep-sea pressures, creating forms that seem unnatural, but sailors are less cautious in their belief. They say the Pacific has its own workshop, its own archive, and sometimes it returns prototypes. Things tested, altered, or unfinished. Things never meant to stand in daylight. The advice spreads quietly in ports. When the sea returns something living, throw it back. To keep it aboard is to invite whatever waits beneath to notice you. Every sailor fears storms, but the deepest fear is of what the ocean decides to return. Not relics, not animals, but men. Alive, breathing, yet wrong in ways that strip the blood cold. In 1948, a patrol near the Gilberts reported finding 3 men in a lifeboat, their uniforms decades out of date. They were alive, skin pale, eyes hollow, their lips moving soundlessly. Hauled aboard, they breathed, they swallowed water, they clutched at ropes, yet no word passed from them, and their fingerprints matched no record. Within 2 days, they withered, not rotted, not starved, simply collapsed into salt water that soaked the deck before evaporating without stain. A fishing boat in the 1970s recorded a different horror. At dawn, the crew found a swimmer clinging to the hull, dressed in rags that looked centuries old. He was strong enough to climb aboard. He ate, he drank, he moved with human care, but he did not sleep. For 3 nights he walked the deck silently, staring into the horizon. On the 4th morning, he was gone. No splash, no cry. Only his footprints remained, pressed deep into the planks, as though burned there. Islanders speak of these figures as the sea's returns. They are not spirits, nor ghosts, but fragments of men, held too long. Elders warn that when the Pacific gives back a person, it does so incompletely, stripping away name, time, or soul. What comes back looks human, but belongs elsewhere. One chilling tale survives in naval records, rarely spoken aloud. A submarine surfaced near Midway to find a sailor drifting alone. He was rescued, uniform crisp, tags identifying him as a seaman lost 12 years earlier. The crew cheered his return, yet when questioned, he answered every inquiry with the same flat phrase, still below. For 2 weeks he lived among them, eating, moving, speaking only those words. On the 15th day he vanished, his bunk soaked with brine, his tags left behind rusted beyond recognition. Scientists avoid these stories. No theory of dehydration or madness explains men returned from decades gone, or footprints pressed into steel, or bodies collapsing into nothing. They do not publish. They classify, seal, and forget. But sailors never forget. They know the ocean does not keep everything it swallows. It chooses what to return, and when it gives a man back, they say, it is not to reunite him with the living. It is to remind us that even flesh can be edited, borrowed, and erased. So the warning is simple, passed quietly from crew to crew. Never take aboard what the sea offers you. For what looks like a man may only be the memory of one, and memories are not ours to keep. There are places where the water itself refuses to act like water. Crews have crossed stretches of Pacific that rolled not with waves, but with movements that looked like muscle beneath skin, long ripples bending against wind and current. Sailors who have seen them insist they were not storms, not tides. They were the ocean showing another state of itself, one meant to unsettle. A British survey ship in the 1930s logged an encounter off the Line Islands. The sea ahead seemed flat until the bow struck it. Then the water rippled outward in rings, vast and concentric, as though the ship had disturbed a membrane. The rings did not fade. They continued for hours, pulsing evenly, pushing at the hull from all sides. The captain wrote, "We were not sailing across water. We were sailing across something that allowed us to pass over it." Other accounts describe seas that stiffen, nets refuse to sink, anchors hang as though lowered into mud. Divers who attempt to descend in such regions find themselves suspended, their bodies held upright, the water dense as syrup. One surfaced in terror, insisting he had been touched, not by fish, not by current, but by a hand that pressed his chest gently upward. Islanders whisper of the standing waters. They believe these regions are not seas at all, but thresholds, skins stretched over something else below. To cross them is to tread on a surface not entirely of this world. One fishing fleet in the 1980s reported waves breaking upward instead of down. Foam rose into columns, spraying the decks from beneath, soaking nets and men before collapsing without trace. The fleet abandoned its catch, retreating for fear the sea was attempting to climb aboard. Scientists blame shifting salinity, heavy algal blooms, or freak density layers. But those who have stood watch in these waters dismiss the explanations. They know what water should feel like, and they know when it feels alive. The standing waters are unsettling enough, but there are regions where the Pacific does more than resist weight. It moves of its own accord. Crews crossing these places describe the sea as if it were shifting beneath them, with purpose, rolling in patterns too deliberate for mere wind or current. Not waves, not storms, but motions that feel alive, as though the water itself were thinking. One of the earliest surviving logs comes from a Dutch merchantman in the 1700s. Its captain noted that the ocean rose in long, smooth ridges that glided parallel to the ship. These ridges carried no foam, no crest, no trough. They slid forward silently, lifting the vessel in perfect sequence. When measured, they came at intervals of exactly 43 seconds, steady as clockwork. The phenomenon lasted for nearly 8 hours before dissolving into ordinary chop. The captain's note reads simply, "The sea walked beside us." In the modern age, research vessels have reported stranger effects. Instruments dragged behind ships return readings of turbulence moving against prevailing currents. Sonar reveals columns of water spiraling upward hundreds of meters, then collapsing with no external trigger. One survey team described their entire vessel spinning slowly, as though caught in the gyre of an invisible hand. When they dropped dye into the water to trace its movement, the stain spread in geometric lattices, squares and triangles, before vanishing. Divers who have entered these zones speak of sensations that defy description. They describe water sliding past them not horizontally but vertically, pushing from beneath as if lifting them deliberately. Some claim they felt drawn forward in straight lines, as if guided down unseen corridors. One diver swore he looked back to see the wake of his own body moving ahead of him, water carrying his reflection faster than he swam. Local traditions interpret these motions as signs of the waking tide. Elders say the sea does not always sleep in stillness. At times it stirs, flexing muscles deeper than we can see, shifting its skin like a creature adjusting position. These movements, they say, are not accidents but rehearsals, the Pacific stretching itself in preparation for something larger. A chilling case remains buried in naval archives. A destroyer on patrol near the Marshalls reported seas calm at dusk. Hours later, the watch noted the ocean moving in pulses, rows of ridges advancing toward them. The ridges struck the hull, lifting it rhythmically, not once or twice, but for the entire night. Men reported nausea, vertigo, and visions of shapes beneath, moving in synchrony with the swells. One officer recorded that the compasses reversed twice, then stabilized as dawn broke. The ridges vanished with the sunrise. No official explanation was offered, and the incident was sealed. Some scientists attempt to frame these events as rogue internal waves, massive oscillations within water layers of differing temperature and salinity. These waves, invisible from above, can rise hundreds of meters high below the surface. Yet even this theory does not explain the order sailors describe, the precision of intervals, the geometric spread of dye, the uncanny sense of intent. Among sailors, the name given is simple: the marching seas. They are not feared for wrecking ships, but for the knowledge they carry, proof that the Pacific is not passive matter. To sail across them is to realize the water beneath you may be more organism than environment, and every account, whether whispered in port or written in fading ink, carries the same unnerving conclusion. When the marching seas rise, you are no longer crossing the ocean. The ocean is crossing itself, and you are only allowed to ride along. If the marching seas move like something alive, then there are other places where the water seems to breathe, in patterns too deliberate to ignore. Not tides, not storms, not currents, but surges that swell and collapse, as if drawn from a chest far below. Crews who have encountered them say the sensation is not of sailing, but of being carried along on the lungs of the Pacific itself. A French frigate, in the late 1800s, reported such an encounter. For 3 days the sea beneath them rose and fell with mechanical rhythm. The ship would lift smoothly, held for exactly 60 seconds, then sink again with the same precision. Waves did not break, wind did not stir, the pattern repeated without pause, steady as a heartbeat. When sailors placed bottles into the water, they rose and fell in synchrony, bobbing like markers on a breathing body. The captain noted, "It was not the tide, it was the ocean breathing, and we upon its chest." Modern hydrophones confirm pulses in some regions, long oscillations that move not with wind, but with frequency, echoing like signals through the basin. Engineers describe them as infrawaves, cycles too vast for eyes to see yet strong enough to rock entire vessels. One recording captured a rhythm lasting 6 hours, identical intervals repeating without variation, as though some great metronome ticked in the dark. Divers who have descended into these zones describe experiences stranger still. Some say the water itself pressed against their lungs, forcing them to breathe in time with the pulses. They describe inhaling when the sea rose, exhaling when it fell, until their bodies lost track of their own rhythm. One diver panicked, convinced he was no longer breathing for himself but through the ocean, a single lung shared between man and water. He surfaced hysterical and never returned. Island lore speaks of these regions as the sleeping giant. Elders say the sea itself is alive, a creature too vast for men to see, and what sailors mistake for waves are only the stirrings of its rest. When the ocean breathes, they warn, you must not resist. To fight the rhythm is to invite drowning. To allow it is to survive. A naval patrol in the 1950s logged a disturbing variation. While crossing calm seas, the entire crew reported their pulse quickening. At first it was dismissed as nerves, but soon every man felt his heart racing at the same tempo. Doctors aboard were alarmed to find their own pulse matching the rhythm, beating not with the body's need, but with the sea's command. The episode lasted for hours before fading. When the ship reached port, medics found their heartbeats still carried faint irregularities, as if their rhythm had been altered permanently. Science attempts to explain these phenomena with internal oscillations, resonances triggered by pressure shifts, or gas bubbles rising from the seabed. But none of these answers for the detail, precise intervals, synchronized heartbeats, men breathing as though controlled. None explain the silence that always accompanies the rhythm, the way even gulls and dolphins vanish, as if unwilling to disturb the giant's rest. Among sailors, the term whispered is the living tide. To encounter it is to lose the certainty that you are breathing alone. For when the Pacific chooses to inhale and exhale, every chest aboard rises with it, and every man afloat wonders if he has become, for a moment, nothing more than a lung of the sea. The living tide unsettles, because it claims breath and heartbeat. Yet, there are waters more terrifying still, places where the ocean does not just move or breathe, it stops. Entire stretches of the Pacific have been reported as dead still, not calm, not tranquil, but paralyzed, as if the water itself had ceased to exist as water. Ships drift into these patches and find themselves trapped, held in place, the sea refusing to release them. One of the earliest accounts comes from a Spanish galleon in the 1600s. The log describes the sea ahead as black glass, stretching unbroken to the horizon. The vessel entered and found itself immobilized. No wind carried its sails, no oars could move its hull. The water clung tight, sticky and heavy, as though the ship had been set into tar. For 3 days they drifted in silence, their stores dwindling, until a sudden quake broke the grip, and waves returned. The captain's final entry: "We sailed upon stone that looked like water." Modern records echo the same. In 1936, a Japanese fishing boat reported its nets sinking only half their length before locking rigid, suspended in mid-water, as if caught on glass. When hauled up, the line snapped clean, not frayed, as though cut against invisible edge. For hours the ship could not turn, its rudder useless. At sunset, the water shifted, releasing them so suddenly that men tumbled across the deck. Divers brave enough to descend into these zones describe sensations that border on madness. Some report sinking through liquid that feels solid, bodies pressed on all sides, lungs unable to inflate, though regulators work. Others say the water below becomes void, gauges spin, lights vanish, depth unmeasurable. One diver surfaced screaming that he had fallen through a hole in the ocean, convinced he had been dropped into empty space where no water existed. He never dived again. Islanders do not speak of these waters lightly. They call them the still mouths. Their belief is that the sea closes itself here, swallowing motion, sound, and time alike. To drift into such a mouth is to risk never emerging. Boats vanish not by sinking, but by being held in the pause. A chilling incident haunts naval archives from the Cold War. A destroyer escort vanished from radar, mid-patrol. Hours later, it was found adrift in one of these still patches. The ship was intact, its crew alive, but every man aboard stood silent at his station, unmoving, eyes glazed. When boarding parties shook them, they responded sluggishly, speaking in monotone that they had been waiting. For what? None could answer. Within a week, 2/3 of the crew had died of sudden heart failure, their bodies showing no disease. Scientists suggest density anomalies, vast patches of heavy brine or gas hydrates altering buoyancy. Others propose microsisms locking the water into frozen state, but sailors know better. They know when the ocean stops. It is not accident, it is intention. To this day, these places are feared as much as reefs or storms. Captains avoid them when charts hint of still waters, steering wide, whispering warnings to younger crews. For the sea may breathe, it may sing, it may move like a living thing. But when it stops, when it closes its mouth, the silence is final, and in that silence, every man afloat wonders if he too has been paused, held in the grip of something vast enough to decide when he will be allowed to move again. It is easy to forget that the ocean carries the sky upon its back. Sailors look up for guidance, stars, clouds, winds. But there are nights in the Pacific when the heavens themselves turn unreliable, bending and breaking in ways no chart can hold. Crews whisper of horizons that vanish, of stars that multiply or rearrange, of skies that do not belong to this earth. An American clipper in the 19th century recorded such a crossing. At dusk, the crew prepared for familiar constellations. Yet when the sun fell, the stars above were wrong. The Great Bear shone overhead, though they were thousands of miles too far south. Orion appeared doubled, his belt stretching into 6 stars instead of 3. Some sailors swore the constellations shifted as they watched, sliding against one another like ice flows on a river. The phenomena lasted until dawn, when the sky returned to normal, as if nothing had occurred. Modern crews still report distortions. Pilots flying long over water routes speak of horizons that bow inward, bending into curves that seem to draw them toward a center point. Ships beneath have recorded stars vanishing in clusters, entire quadrants of sky, swallowed as though curtains were being drawn across the firmament. For minutes, there is only void, an absence above as black and heavy as the deep itself. Islanders do not see these as errors. They call them the sky waters, believing that the heavens above and the ocean below are mirrors, and sometimes the Pacific pulls the sky into itself, trading places for a time. When the constellations shift, they say, "You are not beneath the stars of this world, but those of another, glimpsed for a single night." Scientists offer refractions, mirages, magnetic interference. But instruments cannot explain skies rearranged with such precision, nor why crews consistently describe the same sensation, the weight of being watched not from the water, but from above. And so mariners keep their eyes lowered on such nights. For when the Pacific decides to borrow the sky, no man dares to guess what else it might choose to change. If distorted constellations shake the mind, then stranger still are the nights when the horizon itself ceases to exist. Sailors crossing the Pacific describe moments when sky and water merge into one continuous black, no division, no line. To stand watch in such a void is to feel suspended between two abysses, a ship floating in nothing, destination erased. A British merchant steamer, in 1911, logged such an encounter. The night began clear, the Milky Way stretched bright above, but just after midnight, the horizon dissolved. The stars bled downward, reflecting not in the sea, but merging into it, so that crew could no longer tell where the heavens ended and the water began. The compass spun, and men swore the ship tilted, though the decks remained level. For 4 hours they sailed without boundary, trapped in what one officer called a sea of stars with no world beneath it. More recent accounts add greater unease. A Japanese survey ship in the 1970s recorded radar sweeps returning nothing, no sky, no surface, no echoes at all. Instruments insisted they were nowhere, trapped inside blank coordinates. The crew described the air as heavy, oppressive, as though the sea had risen overhead to replace the sky. When dawn came, the horizon reappeared suddenly, sharp and clean, but the charts showed their position hundreds of miles off course, as though they had drifted in absence itself. Divers who surfaced beneath such nights report sensations more terrifying still. They describe looking upward and seeing not a ceiling of stars, but a smooth, unbroken dark, like glass stretched tight above them. One swore he reached out and touched it, his palm striking a surface solid enough to send him tumbling backward. When he rose to the ship, the horizon had returned, but his hand carried red welts in the shape of circles, as though from suction. Island traditions describe these nights as the closing of the lid. They believe the ocean and the sky are not separate, but two halves of the same vessel. On certain nights, the lid shuts, trapping men inside. Some ships emerge changed, off course, crew aged or weakened, memories missing. Others never return at all, sealed in the jar of sea and sky forever. One chilling tale lingers among sailors. A convoy during the Second World War reported the horizon disappearing for all vessels at once. Radio signals cut out. Each ship drifted in isolation, unable to raise the others, though they had been in sight minutes earlier. When dawn came, the fleet reassembled, but one destroyer was missing. It was never found, no wreckage, no survivors. Some whisper it was not sunk, but carried into the sealed void above. Scientists speculate about light refraction, heavy fogs, or magnetic anomalies interfering with instruments. But these theories do not account for men touching ceilings of black glass, nor for entire ships erased while others sailed free. The records remain, entries in logbooks too consistent to dismiss, too strange to explain. Among mariners, the warning is simple: when the horizon disappears, do not steer, do not measure, do not resist. For in that moment, you are not sailing on the Pacific at all. You are adrift in the vessel of the world itself, waiting for the lid to open again. There are nights when the Pacific does more than erase the horizon. It builds a new one. Crews tell of skies stitched with lines of light, grids and lattices, spreading across the darkness like scaffolds, as though the heavens themselves were under construction. To look up on such nights is not to see stars, but diagrams. In 1907, a German freighter reported crossbars of fire stretched overhead, luminous beams crisscrossing until the sky resembled a net. The stars remained faintly visible behind the lattice, but distorted, warped into diamonds by the glowing pattern. For nearly an hour the beams held, shifting slowly as though rotated by an unseen hand. Then they broke apart, vanishing so abruptly that men rubbed their eyes, unsure if they had dreamed. In the late 20th century, pilots began to log similar anomalies. Flying over empty Pacific, they described luminous rectangles forming at altitude, structures so immense they dwarfed their planes. Instruments showed nothing, radar returned blank, yet the light persisted. One pilot swore he flew through such a frame, his cockpit bathed in green radiance, only to emerge into sky perfectly clear. For weeks afterward, his watches gained time erratically, and his compass twitched even on land. Divers, too, claim the patterns sometimes descend into the water itself. A Japanese team near the Ogasawara's described shafts of light piercing the ocean, connecting sea and sky in symmetrical columns. As they descended, the divers realized the beams were not static, but shifting, rotating like gears. One man panicked, convinced he was about to be caught between two moving walls. He surfaced half mad, refusing ever to look at stars again. Island traditions call these appearances the scaffolds. Elders say they are the bones of another sky, revealed when the sea tilts the heavens into view. To walk beneath them is to trespass on construction still unfinished, a world being built above our own. They warn that those who stare too long risk being mistaken for part of the framework and taken upward into it. Naval archives hold one haunting note. A destroyer crossing near Midway in the 1950s reported the night sky, divided by glowing channels. Men on deck whispered that they could see ships sailing above them, phantom hulls moving along the beams. Officers ordered silence, but the log ends with an unsettling line. We were not alone beneath the lattice. Scientists reach for explanations: auroras, plasma discharges, upper atmosphere reflections. Yet no known phenomenon accounts for perfect grids, for beams with measurable width, for patterns so regular they resemble blueprints. The reports are too consistent, separated by centuries, continents, and crews. Among sailors, the name lingers in hushed tones: the scaffold sky. To witness it is to feel that the world is not finished, that the Pacific is not just water, but the foundation of something larger, rising. And when the lattice dissolves, when the stars blink back into their rightful places, no man forgets the certainty that for a time he was not beneath the sky at all, he was inside it. The scaffold skies disturb by suggesting the heavens are unfinished, but sailors tell of rarer nights when the sky does not just change shape, it changes time. These are not storms, not eclipses, but intervals when the stars wheel too fast, when hours vanish, when dawn arrives before midnight has settled. To witness such a sky is to feel the world itself losing order. A Portuguese merchantman in the 1600s carried the first chilling entry. At dusk, the crew noted Venus hanging low on the horizon. Moments later, the same planet rose overhead, as though hours had passed in seconds. The men panicked, convinced days had been swallowed. By the following morning, their logbooks and clocks disagreed, an entire night missing. Modern records show echoes of the same terror. A US aircraft carrier in the 1950s reported stars drifting at impossible speed. The constellations slid from east to west in a matter of minutes, the heavens turning like a wheel spun too hard. Navigation instruments failed, and the fleet scattered, each ship convinced it had been carried across the world in an instant. When morning came, their positions were unchanged, but every clock aboard read differently. Pilots have spoken of more personal encounters. Crossing empty Pacific, some report skies that fold inward, constellations compressing until only a tunnel of light remains ahead. Flying through, They describe silence so absolute it drowns the engines, time itself suspended. On the other side, watches are hours ahead, though the flight lasted minutes. Divers too have glimpsed such distortions. One team rising at night swore the moon shattered above them, fracturing into dozens of crescents that slid back together seconds later. Yet when they surfaced, the tide had jumped forward by hours, as though the sea itself had followed another clock. Island lore treats these skies with deep dread. They are called the broken heavens. Elders say that when the ocean pulls the stars into itself, time is drawn down with them. Men who return often find themselves misplaced, aged too far, or not at all. Stories tell of fishermen who went out as boys and returned in the bodies of old men, or of captains who sailed for months, yet came home to find only days had passed. One account survives from a Japanese whaler in the late 1800s. The crew watched the sun rise in the west, climbing fast, halting at the zenith, then dropping like stone into the east. The ship was drenched in sudden night. When the stars appeared, they were unknown, patterns never charted, names never given. The next dawn restored the familiar sky, but the whaler's captain refused to sail again, convinced they had seen another world's heavens intruding. Scientists search for reasons: magnetic storms, atmospheric refractions, even hallucinations born of exhaustion. Yet none explain missing hours across fleets, clocks rewound or advanced, or skies rearranged with geometry no Earth has ever known. Among sailors, the warning is stark: if the sky moves too quickly, if dawn comes too soon, do not trust the hour, do not trust the day. You may return to find the world older without you, or yourself misplaced in its keeping. For when the Pacific rewrites the sky, it is not a spectacle. It is a reminder that the ocean does not only claim bodies, it claims time. The sky unsettles by showing us that time itself can bend. But below, in the black pressure of the Pacific, there are mysteries more intimate, more invasive. Crews have spoken of the ocean not only moving or glowing, but speaking directly into the mind. These are not ordinary whale songs or seismic echoes. They are voices that rise from the floor of the sea, carrying patterns too deliberate, too personal, to dismiss as chance. The first chilling entry comes from a US submarine in the late 1940s. While running silent, the sonar operator reported hearing words inside his skull, syllables forming without sound. He removed his headset, yet the voice persisted, whispering numbers in a rhythm that matched the sweep of the sonar dial. When the captain ordered ascent, the voice stopped. The log describes the operator's face drained of blood. He never returned to duty. Surface ships report the same. A trawler near Fiji logged an incident where every man on deck suddenly turned toward the horizon, convinced they had heard their names called in unison. The ocean lay silent, the air calm, yet each crewman swore the voice had been different, intimate, as if spoken by someone they trusted. Divers are the most vulnerable. One near the Kermay deck trench described hearing his dead brother's voice calling him deeper. Another swore his regulator whispered to him in perfect rhythm, syllables forming words in a language he almost, but not quite, recognized. Both men surfaced shaken, unable to explain why they had nearly obeyed. Island lore calls these presences the mouths of the deep. Elders say the ocean is layered not only with currents but with spirits, and some of them speak when the silence grows too long. They do not call idly, they choose. Scientists suggest infrasound, vibrations too low for instruments, but strong enough to rattle bones and create the illusion of voices. Yet this does not explain the precision: names whispered, numbers recited, languages mimicked. It does not explain why men return shaken, convinced they had been spoken to directly. Among sailors, the rule is stark: if the ocean calls you by name, do not answer, for it is not echo, not memory, but invitation, and the one who answers may not return. The most unnerving cases are not when a single man hears the ocean speak, but when whole crews are caught in its whisper. These are not isolated hallucinations. They are events when dozens of men, hardened by sea and silence, react together to something no storm, no machinery could have produced. A British troopship in the early 1900s recorded such a moment while crossing calm waters near the Solomons. At twilight, the decks fell still. Then, without warning, every soldier turned his head at once, staring toward the same empty stretch of horizon. Witnesses later swore they had heard the same voice, steady, low, carrying a command none could repeat. For nearly a full minute, the ship was silent, hundreds of men holding their breath as though waiting. Then the spell broke. Noise rushed back, and not one soldier could recall the words. The captain noted in his log, "We were addressed as one body." Another chilling account comes from a Soviet research vessel in the 1960s. The entire crew of 30 men reported hearing music beneath the hull. It began faint, a single tone, then rose into layered harmony that seemed to come from the seafloor. Some men dropped tools and stood transfixed, convinced the melody contained instructions. When the officers forced them back to work, half resisted, claiming they would be punished for disobedience. The sound lasted hours, then ceased at dawn. Tapes captured nothing but static. Divers too have described shared hallucinations, though the word hallucination fails to account for its consistency. A pair descending near Tonga insisted they both heard a woman's voice singing, though the language was unknown. They surfaced shaking, each able to recite fragments of the same phrase. When written down, the syllables matched perfectly. Island lore warns of such events. They speak of the deep chorus, not music, not words, but the sea gathering itself to test whether men will listen. Elders say that to hear it is to be reminded you are not guests but trespassers. The ocean does not shout. It waits to see who will obey. Naval records confirm at least one unsettling consequence. In the late 1970s, a destroyer escorting a carrier group reported the entire bridge crew freezing mid-order. Each man swore he had heard his own mother's voice telling him to stand down. For 2 minutes, the ship drifted uncommanded, until the spell lifted. No explanation was ever logged. The report remains classified, but whispers spread in ports. The Pacific knows you, and it speaks in the voices you cannot refuse. Science tries to hold these stories together with talk of infrasound resonances, auditory pareidolia, mass suggestion. But such theories fall apart against the detail. Different men, different languages, yet all agreeing on the same words, the same melody, the same call. Among sailors, the advice is repeated in low tones. When many hear the same voice, silence yourself, do not answer, do not move. For if the sea can command as one, it may yet decide to collect as one. There are logs that suggest the voices do more than call. They claim entire crews have vanished after reporting days of whispers rising from the deep, names spoken, commands repeated, lullabies hummed. These are not isolated disappearances. These are ships last seen intact, their men driven into silence before being erased. In 1897, a French merchant bark sailed west of Tahiti. Days earlier, passengers had complained of voices in the night, faint songs carrying through the timbers. At first it was dismissed as exhaustion, but then the crew began waking in perfect unison, all at the same hour, staring toward the same patch of black horizon. On the 5th night, another vessel sighted the bark adrift, its sails slack. When boarding parties climbed the rails, they found the ship pristine, but empty. Meals were left on tables, logs half-written, pipes still warm. Not a man remained. Witnesses swore the air below deck still vibrated faintly, as though a chorus had only just ceased. In the 1930s, a Japanese whaler returned to port without crew. Only the captain remained, incoherent, whispering fragments in an unknown tongue. The vessel itself was sound, no damage, no sign of struggle. The captain's final written entry reads, "They answered, then they followed." He died within a month, his body racked with tremors no physician could explain. Divers have felt the same pull. Near the Kermadec Trench, one pair reported hearing their names echo through the regulator itself, louder than bubbles, clearer than speech. They resisted the call, rising fast to the surface. Another team was not so fortunate. Only one man survived, surfacing alone, bleeding from ears and nose, screaming that his partners had swum willingly into the sound. Their bodies were never found. Islanders accept these vanishings without surprise. They say the sea does not shout idly, it chooses its choir. When the chorus rises, some are taken beneath to join it, never to breathe air again. They call these events the drownings without water. Scientists are less willing to speculate. Some attribute them to infrasound resonance, vibrations that disturb the inner ear, driving disorientation, hallucination, even madness. But this theory falters against the precision, the repetition of names, the command-like tone, the sudden mass disappearance of entire crews leaving food uneaten and ropes untied. Among sailors, the stories spread with a single warning. If the ocean speaks, resist the urge to answer. Do not follow, do not echo, do not write the words. For those who listen too long, often end not drowned but gone, carried into the dark, into the choir of the seafloor, voices added to the song no one on the surface dares to finish. The most terrifying accounts are not of men vanishing into the chorus, but of those who come back with the chorus still inside them. These are the sailors, who return speaking in voices not their own, carrying fragments of language no one recognizes, their mouths repeating what the sea has placed within them. One haunting log comes from a schooner in 1912. After weeks at sea, the first mate began whispering in his sleep. At first it was nonsense, rhythmic syllables that rose and fell like tide. Soon the whispers grew louder, until the entire crew heard them echo across the deck. When they tried to wake him, his eyes opened wide, but the voice did not stop. He spoke in cadence, a chant too measured to be dream. He died 2 nights later, and the ship's log records that the same chant continued faintly from the bilge until landfall. In 1944, a destroyer's radio operator was struck mute during patrol. Hours later he began repeating phrases in a tongue none aboard understood. The rhythm matched Morse code, dots and dashes spoken aloud in monotone. Engineers tried to translate, but found no sense. The man spoke for 2 full days, lips bleeding, until he collapsed. His body was buried at sea, but operators swore that for weeks afterward, their sets still clicked with fragments of the same impossible code. Divers have reported even stranger returns. Near Tonga, a man surfaced gasping seawater, yet his first words were not his own. His teammates swore the sounds came in chords, multiple voices woven together. The diver's throat bled from the strain. For the rest of his short life, he muttered in that alien cadence, unable to speak his own name. Island lore treats such men as the carried. Elders warn that the ocean sometimes plants its chorus in human lungs, using them as instruments. These men are never trusted. They are avoided, feared, left behind in ports, for to listen too long is to risk catching the song yourself. One classified naval report tells of an entire lifeboat rescued near Guam. The 7 survivors were alive, uninjured, but silent. Doctors tried to coax speech, yet none replied. Then as a storm broke over the port, all 7 opened their mouths together. What came out was not words, but a long harmonic tone that shook the glass of the infirmary. Witnesses swore it carried beneath the thunder, deep enough to rattle bone. The sound ended abruptly. None of the men spoke again. Science cannot contain these stories. Infrasound hysteria, decompression. None account for languages spoken without teaching, for multiple voices issuing from one throat, for tones that vibrate walls and instruments. No journal prints these accounts, yet the logs remain. Among sailors, the fear is not only of being lured by the deep, but of becoming its vessel. To return alive, yet carrying the song, is worse than drowning. For the drowned at least rest, the carried live on, reminders that the sea does not always speak from below. Sometimes it borrows our own mouths, forcing the chorus to echo on land. For all its silence and strangeness, the Pacific does not always whisper. At times it roars, but not in ways that weather should. Sailors have long feared storms that appear out of clear skies, walls of wind and water that strike with unnatural order, breaking not randomly but in sequence, as though guided. These are not tempests to be explained by barometer or wind charts. They are storms that behave as if someone or something were conducting them. A Dutch East Indiaman in the 1700s gave one of the earliest reports. The crew recorded lightning striking in patterns, bolts landing at perfect intervals around the ship, 4 points forming a square on the water. Between each strike came silence. Then another sequence, the shape repeating as though the heavens were tracing diagrams on the sea. The storm passed within an hour, leaving the vessel intact, but the crew shaken. The captain wrote, "It was not lightning, it was instruction." Modern records echo the same unease. A cargo liner, in 1929, logged a squall that rose without warning. Rain fell in straight sheets, slicing diagonally across the deck like blades. Wind shifted not in gusts but in turns, striking first port, then stern, then starboard, each with measured pause between. Men swore the storm was testing them, circling the vessel blow by blow. When it ended, the sea smoothed instantly, as though nothing had passed. Pilots crossing long Pacific routes have described stranger sights. Some report thunderheads blooming in symmetrical lines, towers of cloud rising equidistant, glowing faintly from within. Others claim their instruments freeze mid-flight, dials locked, as if the sky itself had held its breath. One log tells of a formation that parted in silence, opening a corridor of clear sky so precise it resembled a tunnel. The pilot swore he saw lightning flashing parallel along its walls, as though guiding him through. Island law treats such storms with solemn respect. They call them the testing winds. Elders say the ocean sometimes summons weather not to destroy, but to measure, pressing upon ships the way one tests a rope's strength. To survive is not victory, they warn. It is only permission to pass. One chilling naval account emerged from the Second World War. A destroyer escorting supply vessels was struck by a storm that began with a single thunderclap. Then came waves, each the same height, striking in rhythm. Radar showed nothing, no pattern, no cause. One chilling naval accounts, no cause. Yet the crew swore the sea rose and fell like a drumbeat, each swell precisely measured, rocking them in sync. When the formation cleared, one supply ship was gone. No wreckage, no cry, only silence. Science offers possibilities: rogue waves, seismic weather bursts, resonance in storm cells. But such theories do not account for precision. Lightning that draws squares, winds that strike in turn, waves that drum in perfect rhythm. Weather is chaos, and yet these storms are orderly, too deliberate for chance. Among sailors, the warning spreads quietly. Not all storms are weather. Some are messages, rehearsals, reminders. And when the Pacific writes with wind and lightning, it is not sky you are beneath, it is script. The strangest storms are not the ones that strike with fury, but the ones that arrive with silence. Sailors describe walls of cloud advancing soundlessly, lightning flashing without thunder, rain falling in sheets that make no noise when they strike the deck. These tempests feel less like weather than theatre, as if the sky were staging a performance without sound. In 1883, a schooner bound for Hawaii sailed into such a storm. The men reported lightning flaring white across the horizon, branching in perfect symmetry, yet the air carried no sound. Rain poured down so heavy the sails sagged, but no patter touched the ear. Even the creak of rigging and groan of timbers faded, replaced by a hollow quiet. When the clouds broke, the crew wept openly, convinced they had been sealed inside a storm that belonged to no earthly sky. Another account comes from a cargo vessel in the 1930s. The captain recorded a storm, whose lightning seemed to pulse like a heartbeat, illuminating the sea at precise intervals. At each flash, the water glowed green, showing shapes beneath the surface, vast outlines of arcs and circles, patterns that vanished as soon as darkness returned. The storm passed as suddenly as it came, leaving the crew whispering that they had glimpsed designs etched into the ocean itself. Pilots tell similar tales. One reported flying into a Pacific squall, where rain hammered the fuselage without sound, and the windshield filled not with droplets, but with lines of water, each falling straight as drawn ink. For 3 minutes, his plane flew blind inside silence. When he broke through, his altimeter had jumped forward 100 feet without explanation, as if the storm had lifted him by unseen hand. Island law names these events the mute tempests, Elders believe they are not storms at all, but rehearsals of creation, moments when the ocean borrows the sky to rewrite itself. They warn never to sail directly into silence. To do so is to risk being measured, and perhaps found unworthy. One chilling naval incident from the 1970s remains classified. A destroyer at sea reported entering a thunderstorm, where no thunder sounded. Lightning struck the deck without scorch, illuminating sailors frozen in place as though caught mid-motion. Witnesses aboard support ships swore the destroyer vanished inside a cage of light, its outline flickering as though drawn and redrawn. When the storm cleared, the destroyer reappeared intact, but its watches were 8 hours ahead of every other ship in the formation. Scientists propose explanations: temperature inversions, smothering thunder, supercooled rain, altering sound transmission, seismic flashes refracting in odd ways. But none account for storms that erase hours, or lightning that paints shapes into the sea. Among mariners, the belief is simpler. Some storms are not storms, they are veils, drawn down to test who notices, who obeys, who vanishes. The sea does not always announce its power with roar or wave. Sometimes it speaks most clearly when everything else falls silent. Ordinary storms pass. They drift with wind, scatter with pressure, dissolve into distance. But in the Pacific, there are tempests that behave differently. Sailors speak of storms that move with intent, pacing ships for days, circling their wakes, always present, just beyond the horizon. To sail under such skies is to feel hunted. An American whaler in the mid-1800s logged one of the first accounts. A wall of cloud appeared astern, black and jagged with lightning. The captain altered course east, and the storm followed. He turned south, and again the storm shifted, keeping the vessel centered in its shadow. For 3 days, it loomed behind them, never closing in, never falling away. At dawn on the 4th day, it vanished completely, leaving skies clear as glass. The captain's log ends: it chose us, and then it chose to stop. Modern accounts are more unnerving. In 1952, a destroyer escorting cargo ships reported a squall that trailed the formation for nearly a week. Each night, the storm edged closer, lightning revealing waves too high for calm seas, wind audible, though the air remained still on deck. Radios crackled with static whenever the horizon flashed. On the 7th night, the squall closed in. When morning came, one cargo ship was missing, erased without signal. The destroyer's surviving crew swore the storm had opened around them like jaws, selecting its prey. Pilots describe similar phenomena. Some report flying with towering storm cells locked on their wings, keeping exact distance as though pacing their course. One crew swore a thunderhead rose to their altitude, matching speed for nearly an hour. Instruments flickered, radios failed, but the storm never struck, it only watched. When the pilot adjusted course, the cell shifted too, shadowing them until it finally peeled away into emptiness. Islanders speak of these tempests as the hunters. They say the ocean sometimes sends storms not as weather, but as messengers, stalking ships to weigh their worth. A storm that follows is not to be outrun, it is to be endured until it decides whether to pass judgment. A chilling naval log from the Cold War describes such a pursuit. A frigate recorded a storm building to the west, closing with precision as they maneuvered. For 48 hours, the storm mirrored every turn, growing darker but never striking. At midnight on the 3rd day, the frigate's radar filled with echoes, hundreds of signals in the clouds, like ships hidden in vapor. The echoes faded by dawn, and the storm withdrew. Weeks later, the frigate vanished on patrol, lost without distress call. Some whisper the hunter had only delayed its claim. Science proposes trailing squalls, pressure shadows, and coincidental weather tracking. But no explanation accounts for storms that hold distance for days, storms that move as if tethered to hull or wing. Weather is supposed to be chaos, yet these tempests are precise, deliberate, too patient to be chance. Among sailors, the warning is passed in low tones: if a storm follows you, do not challenge it, do not signal it, do not curse it. For such storms are not accidents, they are presences, and when the Pacific decides to watch from the horizon, you are no longer simply crossing weather, you are being chosen. Some storms do not stay in the sky. Sailors whisper of tempests that cross the threshold, spilling onto decks and corridors, as though weather itself had stepped aboard. These are not squalls that batter from without. They are storms that enter, that choose, and that leave ships haunted long after the clouds disperse. A clipper in 1861 recorded such an encounter. Lightning struck the mainmast, but instead of shattering timber, the glow spread across the deck in a rolling sheet of light. Rain followed, not falling from above, but seeping upward through the planks, filling boots, ankle deep. Men swore the storm had come inside. For hours, thunder rumbled below deck, echoing through the hull, as though the vessel itself contained a sky. At dawn, the phenomena ceased. The ship was dry, timbers unscorched. But for weeks afterward, the men claimed to hear faint rain whenever they closed their eyes. A more chilling report comes from a destroyer in the Pacific. During the 1940s, a storm closed in suddenly, wind tearing at the rigging, then fell silent. Sailors on watch swore mist rolled through the corridors, coiling along bulkheads like fog inside a cavern. Lights flickered, radios screamed with static, and for nearly an hour, the ship was lost in its own storm. When the weather outside cleared, they emerged to find their vessel miles off course. Logs recorded the crew, still drenched, though no rain had fallen within sight. Divers tell of parallel experiences underwater. Some describe descending into patches, where rain seemed to fall inside the sea itself, droplets striking masks and helmets, though no surface lay above. One swam through such a cloud, and emerged convinced he had entered another ocean, layered within our own. He surfaced trembling, whispering that he had felt the storm breathing beneath his skin. Island traditions call these events the walking squalls. They believe the ocean sometimes permits its tempests to step across boundaries, to test men more closely. Ships caught within are no longer separate. They become sky and sea themselves, vessels carrying weather in their bones. Elders warn that sailors who return from such storms carry fragments of them inside, lightning flashes still burning behind their eyes. One unsettling naval report describes a frigate where crewmen began coughing seawater during a storm. Buckets were filled with the brine, each splash measured and real. Yet when dawn came, the buckets were dry, the men uninjured, their throats raw as if from smoke. Doctors recorded no illness, but sailors insisted they had drowned without dying. Science points toward ball lightning, electrical fog, hallucinations under stress. But none of these theories explain storms that enter cabins, rain that falls within hulls, thunder that rolls beneath deck plates. None account for sailors coughing seawater that vanishes by sunrise. Among mariners, the warning is quiet but firm. If the storm comes aboard, endure it. Do not flee, do not fight, for in that hour, your ship is no longer a ship. It is a cloud, a storm given form. And when the Pacific decides to take back its weather, you will be left wondering whether the storm truly left, or whether part of it remained inside you. The Pacific hides more than weather and skies. Beneath its surface lies a landscape larger than all continents combined, and yet it is a landscape that will not stay still. Sailors and divers tell of trenches that shift, seafloors that rise and fall like breathing, canyons that appear where no chart marks them. These are not earthquakes. They are rearrangements, quiet, deliberate, as though the ocean floor were a living thing turning in its sleep. An American survey ship in 1921 recorded one of the first modern cases. Their sonar traced a trench nearly 7 miles deep. By dawn, the same instruments showed nothing, flat seafloor, featureless, as if the abyss had closed. The captain ordered repeated sweeps. The trench never returned, and the logs from that voyage were sealed. To this day, charts of that region show only ordinary depths. Divers have reported similar impossibilities. A team descending near the Kermadec swore they saw a ridge rising beneath them, lifting hundreds of feet in minutes. At first they thought it a landslide, but there was no rumble, no debris. The wall rose clean, smooth, as though the seafloor itself had decided to stand. By the time they surfaced, the ridge had vanished. Later dives showed nothing but flat sediment. In 1968, a Japanese submersible recorded sonar of a canyon yawning open beneath its path. The trench extended for miles, walls sheer, descending into blackness. As the pilot maneuvered, alarms shrieked, depth gauges spinning, hull pressure dropping as if the sea itself had thinned. When they rose to escape, the canyon closed behind them. Reviewing footage later, they found blank film, no trench, no walls, only endless mid-water, as though the abyss had swallowed its own image. Islanders are not surprised by these stories. They speak of the shifting bones of the ocean. They believe the seafloor is not dead rock but a body, ribs, spine, and lungs, that stirs when restless. Sometimes it hides its cavities, sometimes it reveals them, and those who wander too close risk being sealed inside forever. Naval accounts echo the dread. A destroyer escorting supply convoys in the 1950s reported depth soundings that dropped from 4,000 feet to more than 12,000 in a single minute. The crew braced for earthquake, but the sea lay calm. Then, just as suddenly, the readings returned to normal. No tremor, no aftershock, no damage. The ship's commander wrote in his log, "The earth beneath us did not quake, it shifted." Science suggests seismic slips, volcanic collapses, landslides, but such explanations cannot explain ridges that rise without rubble, canyons that open and close in silence, trenches erased from sonar, without trace. These are not random upheavals, they are movements too measured, too sudden, as though the seafloor itself were deciding its shape in real time. Among sailors, the phrase carries weight: the floor is not fixed. To cross certain waters is to accept that the map is only temporary, that the Pacific may change its skeleton at will, and when the ground beneath the world moves like breath in a chest, every man afloat wonders, are we sailing above a planet, or upon a creature still turning in its sleep? Single vessels can dismiss anomalies as error, but when entire fleets record the seafloor moving beneath them, denial becomes harder. Some of the most disturbing accounts come from groups of ships, whose soundings and instruments all shifted in unison, as though the world itself had altered its foundation beneath dozens of keels at once. A British convoy in 1915 logged such an event. Depth soundings across 5 vessels suddenly plummeted from 3,000 to more than 9,000 feet. Officers compared figures by signal lamp and confirmed every ship registered the same impossible drop. Yet the ocean rolled calm, no quake, no wave. Hours later, the soundings returned to normal. None of the crews spoke of it again, but the captain's logs all used the same phrase: the earth withdrew. In 1947, an American carrier group reported something worse. Sonar across the formation showed a vast ridge rising from the deep, stretching for miles. The ridge followed them, moving beneath the fleet, like a shadow. Pilots sent to scout saw nothing from above, but endless blue. Yet instruments screamed as the ridge pressed upward, so close that one destroyer recorded depths of less than 100 feet, over waters charted at more than 4,000. Then, without rumble or splash, the ridge was gone. Submarines have been caught in similar anomalies. A Soviet sub in the 1960s dove into what should have been 1,200 meters of water. Within minutes, depth gauges spiked to 6,000, then collapsed to 500, then spiked again. Crew swore they felt the vessel lifted and lowered, not by current but by ground shifting beneath them. The captain ordered emergency ascent. When they surfaced, the horizon was empty. Their charts showed no trench where they had descended, no ridge where they had risen. Island traditions recognize these stories as the moving bones. They say the Pacific does not fix its skeleton but flexes it, revealing and hiding cavities at will. When fleets feel the floor shift, elders warn, it is the ocean turning in its rest, and those caught upon it are passengers in the body of something larger. One chilling naval account from the Cold War describes a fleet suddenly split by a canyon that had not existed minutes before. Radar showed a chasm opening beneath, sonar echoing impossible depth. The group scattered to avoid collision with what should have been rock, yet the sea above stayed flat. Within an hour, the canyon was gone. When ships regrouped, they found themselves more than 60 miles apart, as if carried by the floor itself. Science scrambles for foothold, submarine landslides, shifting sediments, seismic slips. But these theories collapse against the scale: ridges that follow fleets, canyons that vanish in minutes, trenches that move across miles. Seafloor topography should take millennia to change. Yet in the Pacific, it sometimes shifts in the space of a watch. Among sailors, the phrase is grim: the bottom walks. Charts may lie, depths may change, and no anchor can hold when the ground itself is in motion. To cross such waters is not to sail above solid earth. It is to balance on the ribs of something that may stir at any moment, and when it does, the fleet moves with it, willing or not. Some of the darkest records of the shifting seafloor do not describe ridges rising or canyons closing. They describe ships swallowed whole, erased not by storm but by ground moving beneath them, as if the Pacific opened its mouth and drew them down. No wreckage surfaces, no distress call escapes, only silence, and the faint memory of where the ocean once stood still. The first whispers come from the 1800s, when a whaler out of Valparaiso reported seeing a companion ship vanish without wave or flame. The sea around it bulged once, a swell with no wind, then folded downward. Witnesses swore the vessel was dragged into a sudden depression, the water closing above it smooth as glass. They searched for days, but not a mast nor spar remained. The log of the whaler survives with one chilling line: the sea opened its throat, and it has closed. In 1933, a freighter out of Manila vanished under equally strange conditions. Radio logs preserved by coastal stations reveal the crew transmitting confusion. Soundings collapse, depth unknown, hull shaking, sky clear. The final words cut off mid-sentence. Hours later, aircraft searched the coordinates. They found no oil slick, no debris, only flat Pacific, stretching unbroken. Submarines have not been spared. A Japanese submersible, in the 1970s, reported being pinned by a force below, depth gauges collapsing, as if the trench beneath had doubled in size. The pilot later swore the craft was being drawn into a slope that had not existed minutes earlier. Instruments failed, pressure alarms screamed, then silence. The vessel surfaced hours later without explanation, its crew pale, shaken, refusing to describe what they had seen. One survivor muttered for the rest of his life that the floor has mouths. Islanders speak of these vanishings with grim acceptance. They call them the swallowing places. To them, the ocean is not a surface but a being with cavities that open and close at will. When the bones shift, they say, the sea sometimes chooses to feed. No offering of prayer or ritual can prevent it. Only avoidance. Only respect. Naval archives contain a classified case from 1959. A fleet exercising west of Midway reported soundings collapsing across the group. Depth fell away into silence too deep to measure. Within an hour, one destroyer ceased replying. Planes launched at dawn found nothing. No wreck, no life raft, no oil. Only sonar revealed an anomaly. A pit nearly 10 miles wide and 6 miles deep, present for 2 sweeps, gone by the third. The missing ship has never been located. Scientists attempt explanations: sudden landslides, methane explosions, seismic collapses, yet none account for the silence, the smoothness, the absence of debris. Catastrophe leaves scars. But these vanishings leave nothing, as though the Pacific had rewritten itself, erasing both ship and evidence in the same stroke. Among sailors, the warning endures: never trust calm water above deep trenches. Calm seas can conceal the most violent rearrangements. When the bottom opens, it does not ask permission, and it does not leave traces. To sail above such ground is to gamble with the possibility that the ocean may decide, without warning, to redraw its map beneath you. And when it does, the ship itself becomes part of that redrawing, gone, as if it never crossed the surface at all. Not every vanishing comes from the abyss, pulling ships down. There are times when the ocean reverses its violence, when the floor itself seems to rise toward the surface, lifting whole vessels on invisible ground. These are not tsunamis, not swells born of storms. They are movements from below, sudden, and deliberate, as if the Pacific itself had decided to meet the ships head-on. The first unsettling account comes from 1874, when a British merchant bark near Kiribati reported the sea beneath them, heaving not with wave, but with structure. Soundings that morning measured 3,000 feet. By evening, they struck bottom. The ocean rose so fast the anchor chain rattled slack, the ship resting for hours on a shoal that had not existed the day before. When dawn broke, the shoal was gone, and they floated free again. The captain's entry is still whispered. The bottom lifted to greet us, then withdrew. In 1939, an American freighter experienced worse. Sonar showed a ridge, climbing fast beneath them, forcing the vessel upward. Crew swore the water beneath bulged like a dome, pressing their hull higher until the screws spun air. The sea groaned like timber under strain, then flattened again, dropping them so suddenly that men were thrown from bunks. Later checks showed no shoal, no reef, only ordinary depth. Yet the hull bore dents as though it had rested upon stone. Submarines tell more chilling stories. A Soviet patrol in the 1960s dove into open water charted at 6,000 meters. Minutes later, gauges showed the bottom rushing up at impossible speed. Crew braced for collision, certain they were about to strike rock, yet no impact came. Instead, the sub was carried upward by a force that seemed to shove from beneath. When they surfaced, the horizon was empty, but the men refused to dive again. One officer wrote in secret, "The earth rose to crush us, then relented." Divers describe even stranger encounters. One off the Mariana margin swore he watched the sand rise in slow columns, like pillars growing beneath him. He was lifted without bubbles, borne upward as if balanced on invisible towers. His teammates confirmed his depth gauge spiking though he had not swum. When the columns collapsed, the water bucked, nearly crushing them against their own ascent line. Islanders know these stories as the breaking ribs. They believe the ocean's skeleton sometimes flexes upward, pressing against its skin. Ships caught upon it are like insects crawling across a sleeping beast. When it stretches, some are broken. A naval log from the Cold War describes perhaps the worst fate. A destroyer in exercises reported the sea beneath rising in a single swell. Not water, but ground, vast and pale, breaching upward. The ship listed violently, as though grounded on reef. Then the swell sank, sucking the vessel down so far its deck nearly vanished. When it recovered, the destroyer limped back to port, hull bent and warped. Engineers found gouges along the keel, as if scraped by claws of stone. Scientists argue tectonic uplift, submarine landslides, pockets of gas swelling upward. But no quake was ever measured in these cases. No aftershock recorded. No scars found on charts. Seafloor cannot climb and vanish within hours. Yet it does, again and again. Among sailors, the lesson is grim. Never assume depth means safety. The Pacific does not only open downward. Sometimes it reaches up, meeting ships like a hand pressed against the surface. And when it does, the vessel above learns too late that the ocean does not merely carry, it chooses when to strike from below. Water should smother flame, yet the Pacific has long been haunted by fire. Not lanterns, not lightning, but lights that move with intent, burning across waves, sinking beneath, rising again, as though the ocean itself were combustible. These are not myths told on beaches. They are entries etched into logbooks, sightings sworn under oath. To see fire upon the sea is to know that something has broken between elements, that the Pacific has decided to burn where it should drown. The earliest record comes from 1616, when a Spanish galleon reported a city of flames drifting across the horizon. The crew believed at first another fleet was afire, but the flames held steady for hours, no smoke rising, no crack of timber breaking. As they drew near, the lights scattered, streaking across the water before sinking, all at once. The captain's log insists the sea itself glowed, as though torches burned beneath the waves. In 1892, a whaler near the Marshalls encountered something more intimate. At midnight, the sea erupted with points of flame, hundreds of them, hovering inches above the swells. They floated across the deck, burning without heat, their glow steady as candles. Sailors reached for them, but their hands passed through, leaving the skin tingling and numb. By dawn the flames had vanished, but men reported their hair smelling of smoke. Their palms blistered, though no fire had touched them. Pilots tell of lights stranger still. A Pan Am crew in the 1950s described fire spiraling upward from the sea, a column of orange rising miles into the sky. Radar showed nothing, instruments remained stable, yet the column burned steady as their plane banked wide. The phenomenon lasted nearly 15 minutes before collapsing without sound. Passengers swore the air smelled of charred wood, though they were hundreds of miles from land. Islanders treat these lights with respect. They call them the sea's torches. Some say they are souls, flames of the drowned walking upon the water. Others believe they are warnings, the ocean lighting its own beacons to mark places where men should not tread. Elders insist one must never follow the flames. To chase them is to be led into currents that do not return. Modern records echo the danger. In 1978, a Japanese research ship reported a curtain of fire spreading across the surface, 20 miles long. The flames produced no smoke, no heat, yet spread with tide. When boats attempted to cross, their radios failed, compasses spun, and crews reported voices whispering through static. One vessel turned back, another pressed forward, and was never seen again. Scientists point to bioluminescence, methane flares, even St. Elmo's fire. But these explanations fall short of flames that rise in columns, of torches that float upon decks, of fire spreading across water without heat. Natural causes may explain glow, but not the persistence, not the silence, not the disappearance without trace. Among sailors, the belief is older and simpler. The Pacific burns when it chooses. Its fire is not ours to harness, not ours to study. It rises as reminder that even water can betray its nature, and when the sea itself catches fire, there is no choice but to watch in silence, wondering whether the flames mark a path of warning or invitation. Fire on the surface unsettles, but stranger still is fire within the sea itself. Sailors, divers, and research crews across centuries have spoken of lights blooming in the depths, not lanterns, not phosphorescent fish, but flames that burn where no oxygen should exist. These fires do not behave like natural glow. They flicker, they flare, they twist like ribbons of heat, where heat should not survive. To see them is to question the very laws that separate water from flame. The first clear account comes from 1789, when a French frigate sailing near the Line Islands recorded columns of fire rising through the water. Witnesses swore the flames licked upward from depths invisible, climbing until they nearly touched the keel. Some said the glow lit the crew's faces orange, casting shadows as though a furnace burned beneath them. Others swore they heard a low roar accompanying the glow, not thunder, not surf, but a steady sound, like a blacksmith's bellows. The fire would fade, then return, dancing in place for hours. At dawn the sea was calm and black once more, the glow erased as though it had never been. Through the 19th century, other ships logged similar reports. In 1823, a British merchant vessel bound for Canton sighted burning ropes, floating up from the depths, twisting strands of flame that curled and wove together before vanishing. In 1849, an American whaler described fire that clung to the hull itself, streaks of orange running along the planks underwater as though the ocean were drawing its own brands across the ship. The crew tried to douse it with buckets, but the flames passed through their water, unharmed, before slipping away. 2 centuries later, modern vessels equipped with sonar and sensors recorded anomalies science could not explain. In 1963, a Japanese survey ship near the Ogasawara Trench detected heat spikes at 3,000 meters, yet instruments showed no volcanic activity. Cameras lowered into the black captured images of arches of fire suspended mid-water, loops of flame bending and pulsing in slow rhythm. Crew members insisted the flames exhaled, brightening and dimming like breath. When the footage was reviewed back on shore, the reels showed only static. The official report listed instrumental failure. Privately, the scientists confessed what they had seen was no malfunction. divers remain the most shaken by these encounters. In 1974, a team exploring limestone caverns near Palau described walls glowing faint orange, as though lit from within. They assumed molten rock shone through cracks, but when one diver swam close, the glow pulled away, detaching from the wall to hover mid-water. Flames coiled like serpents, curling toward his mask. His partner swore tendrils wrapped briefly around the man's arm before hissing into bubbles. The diver surfaced screaming, the skin of his forearm red and marked as if scalded by boiling water. For weeks he carried scars that glowed faintly under moonlight. Neither man ever entered the sea again. Island lore names these lights the drowned fires. Polynesian elders say they are remnants of wars fought before humankind, when sky and sea battled for dominion. Fire was hurled down, and some of it still smoulders in the depths. To witness such fire is not a blessing but a curse. It means the battle is not finished, and you are standing in the field. Elders warn never to follow the glow, for it can lead you to trenches that have no floor, places where the sea still hides the weapons of that ancient war. Micronesian traditions add another layer. They call the fires the bones of storms. They believe every storm that dies leaves a fragment of its lightning behind, trapped in water. These fragments gather, glowing brighter when storms above grow weaker. To sail among them is to be surrounded by storms unborn, each spark waiting to rise again. Japanese folklore names the Mumishi no Hiba, the fires of the drowned. Fishermen claim the flames are spirits of those lost to the sea, their anger burning even where water should smother it. When these fires follow ships, it means the dead walk nearby. Many captains, upon seeing such flames, turn their vessels off course, offering food and sate to the waves until the glow fades. Naval archives preserve cases too chilling to dismiss. In 1958, a U.S. destroyer patrolling near Guam reported flames burning directly beneath the hull. For hours the glow kept pace with the ship, moving as if shadowing it. Sailors swore they saw shapes within the fire, arches, corridors, even outlines of ships aflame yet unconsumed. Instruments failed, compasses spun, radios shrieked static. When the glow finally vanished, engineers found soot streaks along the hull though no flame had touched the steel. The marks resisted scrubbing for weeks. Pilots have described vast impossible displays. Crews flying at night have seen circles of fire glowing beneath the sea, spanning miles, like submerged cities alight. Some lasted minutes, others hours. One Pan Am crew in 1982 reported a circle of flame nearly 100 miles wide, flickering in perfect rhythm like a single enormous torch. Satellites overhead showed only empty ocean. Radar returned blank screens. Yet dozens of witnesses swore they had seen the Pacific itself on fire. Science tries to hold ground against the tide of reports. Some suggest methane hydrates erupting from the seafloor, igniting when struck by lightning or friction. Others point to volcanic vents, releasing superheated material that glows. But these theories collapse when faced with the details. Flames that rise in arches, flames that follow ships for hours, flames that burn without smoke, without heat, without consuming. Fire should destroy. These fires endure. They appear, they linger, they vanish, leaving behind no ash, no trace, only memory. The aftermath is often worse than the event itself. Survivors speak of dreams in the weeks following, dreams of corridors lined with fire, of walking underwater as though air, the walls glowing red as furnaces. Some wake drenched in sweat, their skin hot to the touch as though burned by unseen sun. Others develop marks that shimmer faintly under starlight, scars shaped like flames though no fire ever touched them. One diver who brushed a tendril of drowned fire carried glowing scars along his arm until his death decades later. A Soviet trawler captain recorded a case in 1971 where his men refused to work after seeing drowned fires. Nets were pulled empty for weeks, the crew whispering of curses. By the time they returned to port, many had lost weight, gaunt from refusing to eat food touched by seawater. The fire had not burned them, but it had hollowed their will. Among sailors the warning spreads quietly: never trust fire in the sea. If it burns, it does not burn for you. It burns for itself, for the ocean, for something older than any chart or compass. To watch it is to be marked. To follow it is to be claimed. and so men turn their eyes away when the sea lights itself. They pray the glow fades before curiosity tempts them closer. They whisper among themselves that the Pacific is not only water, it is a battlefield where ancient fire still waits, rising at times to remind us that the rules of this world are not fixed, for there is no comfort in flame that survives water. There is only the reminder that the Pacific carries laws it can bend, break or rewrite at will. And when drowned fire rises, it is not the surface you are seeing, it is the memory of something older, smouldering still in the lungs of the sea. Lights at sea should be comforting. They mean another vessel nearby, or the glow of a safe coast. Yet in the Pacific, there are lights that comfort no one. They do not mark safety. They follow. They stalk. They circle ships and cling to divers, behaving not like reflections but like predators, curious about their prey. To see such a light is to know you have been noticed by something vast and patient. The earliest accounts come from the 1700s, when Dutch traders reported spheres of flame rising alongside their hulls. At first they mistook them for lanterns hung on unseen vessels, but the spheres moved with the ship, matching speed exactly. They bobbed at the height of the gunwales, glowing softly, always 2 or 3 at a time. For nights they followed, disappearing only with dawn. The traders gave them no name, but their logs note the crew slept little, convinced the lights would eventually climb aboard. In 1846, an American whaler near the Marquesas recorded chasing lamps that circled the vessel for 3 nights. Witnesses swore the lights darted ahead of the ship, then returned to hover near the rudder. When the captain ordered the sails furled, the lights slowed as well, pacing the hull like wolves around a campfire. They never touched the vessel, but their persistence left the men rattled. The log ends with a line few forgot. They wanted us to know we were followed. By the 20th century, the stories had not diminished. In 1932, a Japanese cargo vessel logged glowing orbs rising from the deep. At first faint, they grew brighter until they cast shadows on deck. Sailors swore the orbs pulsed in rhythm, like breathing. Whenever the ship altered course, the lights shifted to match, sometimes gliding across the waves to resume their place alongside. They followed for nearly a week before vanishing during a squall. When the clouds cleared, the sea was empty, but men swore the orbs had not been dispersed by storm. They had left willingly. Submarines have encountered them in more terrifying ways. A Soviet patrol in 1964 reported lights pacing the sub at 300 meters. They were not reflections, the crew watched them through reinforced glass, glowing spheres hovering just beyond arm's reach. They accelerated when the sub did, slowed when the engines cut. At times they pressed so close their light filled the cabin. Then, in silence, they drifted away into the abyss. The captain ordered the incident stricken from logs, but sailors carried the story home, repeating it in whispers. We were tracked, like prey in a forest. Divers provide the most unsettling accounts. One pair descending near the Solomons described being shadowed by a single flame-like glow. It followed at exact distance, moving whenever they turned. When one diver swam directly toward it, the light retreated, then slid behind his partner. Both surfaced in panic, convinced the glow was circling them deliberately. Another diver in the 1980s swore a cluster of lights surrounded him mid-descent. They pulsed faintly, rotating in a ring as if measuring him. He rose too quickly, risking the bends, and never dove again. Island traditions are clear. They call these lights the Watchers. To them they are not natural, not spirits, but sentinels of the sea itself. Elders teach never to acknowledge the lights. Do not point, do not shout, do not chase. To notice them is to feed them. They are patient, and once they know you have seen them, they will follow longer. Naval archives contain chilling cases that reinforce the folklore. In 1957, a US destroyer reported being pursued by a cluster of glowing spheres for 3 nights. On the 4th, the lights rushed forward, surrounding the ship in silence. Instruments failed, radios died, compasses spun. For 20 minutes, the destroyer drifted powerless, sailors staring at lights that pulsed brighter and brighter, until they could see no stars. Then, just as suddenly, they vanished. The destroyer resumed power, but every clock aboard read a different hour. Pilots tell of lights rising from the ocean to pace their planes, glowing spheres at altitude, where no craft should exist. One Air Force pilot swore lights circled his bomber in perfect formation, wingtip to wingtip, mimicking every maneuver. He tried to shake them, diving, climbing, rolling. They matched him flawlessly until peeling away into the void. His gunner refused to fly again, convinced they were not of this world. Scientists grope for explanations. Bioluminescence, they suggest, massive schools of squid or plankton blooming at once, or perhaps piezoelectric discharges from tectonic shifts. But no organism follows ships for days. No discharge mirrors maneuvers with perfect precision. The persistence, the pacing, the rhythm, it all suggests intent, and intent is what science cannot stomach. Aftermath often marks the encounters more deeply than the sightings. In Seamums and Morgan Pools, crews pursued by lights report weeks of exhaustion, men too frightened to sleep for fear of what might appear with eyes closed. Divers who return whisper in fever, describing dreams of corridors filled with glowing orbs, each pulsing in judgment. One sailor claimed he woke each night to find his cabin faintly lit. Though no flame or lamp burned, he died of fever months later, his skin marked by strange circles that glowed faintly under moonlight. Among mariners, the advice is whispered and grim. If the lights follow you, keep your course steady. Do not speed up. Do not slow. Pretend you do not see them. For they are not weather, not current, not chance. They are the watchers of the deep, patient as shadow. And to behave like prey is to risk being hunted. Every sailor knows storms pass, horizons return, and even the strangest seas eventually calm. But when the Pacific decides to send its lights after you, there is no chart, no compass, no prayer strong enough to drive them away. They will follow until they decide not to. And in that decision lies the most terrifying truth. The ocean not only notices you, it chooses when to let you go. For centuries sailors have feared the lights that trail behind them, or circle their ships like curious predators. But there are darker tales, whispered only in ports and buried deep in naval archives, of lights that do not stay outside. They come aboard, they enter, they move through corridors and cabins like fireflies loosed from another world. And sometimes they settle not just on decks or bulkheads, but inside the men themselves. These are the encounters that no one speaks of openly, for to admit them is to admit the sea has chosen to place something within you. The earliest mention dates to 1768, when a Portuguese carrack recorded flames within the hold. Sailors opening the hatches at midnight swore dozens of glowing motes hovered among the barrels, drifting lazily as though carried by invisible currents. At first they assumed sparks, but the motes produced no smoke, no heat. When one man reached to swat them, the lights darted into his mouth and eyes. He fell screaming, convulsing until he lay still. When he woke, his pupils glowed faintly in the dark. For weeks he spoke in low tones none recognized, syllables rhythmic, as though echoing the waves themselves. He was thrown overboard by terrified crew. 200 years later, in 1941, a British destroyer in the Pacific recorded a similar event. During night watch, small lights seeped through the vents, glowing orbs the size of coins. They floated silently through the corridors, trailing faint blue vapor. Sailors fled, but some lights pressed close, darting into open mouths and nostrils. The men staggered, eyes shining, speech gone. Doctors aboard could not rouse them. For 3 days the affected sailors wandered the ship silently, glowing faintly at night like lanterns. Then, without warning, the lights left, slipping from their bodies and vanishing into the sea. The men collapsed, alive but blank, their memories gone. None ever returned to service. Divers tell of encounters more intimate. In 1976, a Japanese diver described a pale light sliding beneath his mask. He surfaced screaming, claiming it had entered his lungs. For days he coughed seawater, though his chest was dry. Doctors recorded his body temperature rising steadily, glowing faintly at night. He died within a week. His dive partner swore the glow left his body and sank back into the surf, as if returning to the ocean. Island traditions name these events the taking fire. Elders teach that the lights are not mere watchers but collectors, sent to gather memory, voice and soul. They say those who carry the lights are vessels only briefly, before being emptied and discarded. Villagers that spot such lights near shore hold rituals of silence, refusing to speak or even gesture for 3 nights, for fear the fire might notice them. One classified Cold War file describes an American submarine patrol in 1962. While submerged near the Marianas, the crew reported luminous threads seeping through the hull seams. The lights moved like veins, glowing along walls and instruments. Some sailors swore they felt the glow slide beneath their skin, crawling along veins in their arms. Others claimed their ears rang with voices, too low to be words, but undeniable. For 12 hours the sub drifted, powerless, its men paralyzed by terror. When the glow vanished, several sailors were unresponsive, staring blankly for days. They recovered slowly, but each later reported the same dream: corridors of light, endless, echoing with footsteps they could not see. Pilots have not been spared. In 1981, a cargo plane crew reported a sphere of light entering the cockpit mid-flight. It passed through the windshield without shattering glass, hovering between pilot and co-pilot. For minutes it pulsed, brightening with each heartbeat they felt in their chests. Then it darted into the co-pilot's body. Witnesses described him glowing from within, veins lit like molten wires. He slumped unconscious. Hours later he woke, disoriented, with no memory of the flight. The pilot insisted that for the remainder of their journey, the plane banked and corrected itself without his hands on the controls, as if guided by the light still inside his partner. Science offers no comfort. Ball lightning. Hallucinations under stress. Phosphorescent organisms. None explain lights passing through steel, inhabiting bodies, leaving scars and dreams. No organism can glow within veins. No spark can survive within lungs. Yet the records pile higher. Stories told in whispers that cross oceans and generations. The aftermath of these invasions is chilling. Survivors speak softly for the rest of their lives, voices hoarse, cadence broken. Some forget their own names, though they recall the feel of the light sliding into them. A few are said to glow faintly even years later, their eyes reflecting torchlight too brightly, their skin shimmering under moon. One sailor returned home, and was buried a decade later. Witnesses at his wake swore the coffin glowed faint blue until it was sealed in earth. Among sailors, the warning is harsh but simple: never breathe when the lights approach. Hold your mouth shut, your eyes closed, your fists clenched, do not let them in. For they are not lanterns, not fire, not stars. They are hunger given shape, and once inside, they will not leave you whole. Every ship fears storms. Every crew fears reefs. But those are dangers of matter, dangers men can fight with charts and skill. What they cannot fight are the lights that cross thresholds, ignoring steel, ignoring skin, choosing to enter and to borrow a body for as long as they wish. For when the Pacific sends its fire into you, there is no storm to outlast, no wave to ride. There is only the waiting, for the moment when the light decides to leave, and the silence it leaves behind. We have drifted together for hours, across a sea that has no end, tracing the strange and the impossible, listening to records of storms that behave with precision, waters that breathe, voices that rise from the deep, and lights that move as though alive. If you have stayed with me this long, you know the truth that sailors have always whispered. The Pacific is not just water, it is a memory, a body, an intelligence, that allows us to pass across it, only when it chooses. Think back to where we began. We spoke of seas that rose and fell like lungs, pulling divers into rhythm until they forgot their own breath. We listened to logs, describing ridges that appeared and vanished beneath fleets, trenches opening as mouths, swallowing vessels whole, without leaving a splinter behind. We followed storms that circled ships deliberately, lightning falling in sequence, as if drawn by hand. We traced skies that rearranged themselves, constellations moving too quickly, horizons erased, dawns arriving before midnight had even settled. Each story is a thread, but together they weave the same pattern. The Pacific is not stable, it is not passive, it notices, it remembers, and sometimes it speaks. For some, these tales can be set aside as coincidence, or illusion, or science not yet completed, and perhaps that is safer. To believe that storms act with will, or that trenches can rise to crush you, or that lights can slip beneath your skin and glow inside your eyes, that is a truth too heavy for most to carry. But for those who have crossed the ocean under strange skies or silent storms, denial is no longer possible. The sea does not only carry us, it measures us, it decides. We heard voices echoing in sonar rooms, names whispered across decks, entire crews responding to calls that did not exist. We followed divers who swam towards sounds of loved ones, only to be lost forever. We imagined the terror of ships found empty, meals uneaten, journals left open, their men vanished into a chorus beneath the floor of the sea. Even when the ocean returns what it has taken, it comes back wrong. Sailors found adrift decades after their death, speaking only a single phrase, fish thrashing in unison, until dissolving into brine, torches of light pacing vessels for days, patient, deliberate, watching, and then there is fire. Fire that should not exist in water, fire that rises from trenches, dances above waves, spreads across horizons like cities burning beneath the sea, flames that pass through glass and steel, that enter lungs, that inhabit men, until their eyes shine with impossible light. These are not myths told for comfort, they are records, etched in logs, buried in archives, whispered by survivors whose voices tremble not from memory, but from knowledge. The Pacific does not keep to its rules, it writes its own. What then are we left with? After 4 hours adrift in mysteries, after listening to centuries of whispers, what conclusion can we draw? Perhaps the most honest answer is none. The Pacific will not be solved by charts or equations. Its truths are too vast, its scales too slow, and too immense for human comprehension. The men who tried to measure it found only silence, or worse, an echo that knew their names. But there is one thread I ask you to hold. Everything we have heard tonight speaks to presence. The water is not empty. The trenches are not dead. The storms are not random. Something waits there. Something that sometimes shows itself, sometimes tests us, sometimes claims what it desires. And perhaps that is why we tell these stories. Not to solve, not to master, but to remember that the ocean is alive, and that we are only visitors on its surface. As we close, I invite you to carry one thought with you. What we have explored tonight is only the surface of the ledger. For as strange as these mysteries are, they are not the only ones. The Pacific also holds stories of the ships that failed to escape its grasp, wrecks that never reached port, hulls broken in silence, iron and bone lying in the dark where no diver dares to go. These wrecks are not just tragedies, they are messages, carved in steel, waiting to be read, and that is where we will go next. Our next voyage will take us into the graveyards of the Pacific, the lost fleets, the vanished liners, the wrecks that appear where no storm was logged, and the vessels found split in ways no engineer can explain. We will walk through decks sealed in darkness, listen to distress calls that ended mid-sentence, and ask the question no sailor wants answered: what happens after the ocean decides to keep you? So if you have found yourself haunted by the breathing waters, by the scaffold skies, by the voices that call in the night, then you will not want to miss what comes next. Subscribe to this channel, so you do not drift past it. Like this video, if the stories left you watching your own ceiling with unease. And most importantly, comment below, which mystery followed you the most tonight? Was it the storms that walked aboard, the lights that slipped into human lungs, the trenches that closed like jaws? I would love to know what stayed with you. What image will echo in your mind long after this video ends? Together, your voices in the comments become part of the chorus of this channel, and like the sea itself, it listens. For now, let us part. You wherever you are, lying in bed, drifting into sleep, headphones on, hours of ocean stretched behind you. You have traveled with me across waters few dare to name. And though the Pacific keeps its secrets, We have carried its whispers a little further tonight. Rest well, if you can. May your dreams be calm, your horizons steady, and your name never spoken by the sea. Until the next voyage, when we descend into the wrecks that lie waiting. Until then, good night.